Okay, we will be underway and momentarily. We're just waiting on Senator Pearl because he's introducing his bill. So hang in there. I'm going to ask members to please take their seats. Let's see. I know Representative Howard is on the way, and Representative Minor, I believe, is out in the hall. Okay. We are going to begin. Representative Minor, are you in the hallway? Larry? Woo! You don't see him? All right. All right. All right, we're going to get started. Representative Kenny, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Whoops. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to House Environment and Agriculture. We are going to start off the day with SB 442 relative to pet transfers. And with us today is the esteemed Senator Howard Pearl to introduce this bill. Thank you, Senator Pearl. And I will open this hearing.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair. It's great to see you. Great to be back with my old committee. Many familiar faces. I am here this morning to introduce Senate Bill 442. And for the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl. And I represent District 17, and I live in the beautiful town of Loudoun. Senate Bill 442 changed a bit when it was in the Senate. So the bill you have before you is the Senate amended versions, and it very simply does some cleanup in sections of 437.8 in a couple of locations where it changes health certificates and certificates of transfer to official certificates of transfer, which is the recognized name that the Department of Ag wanted to make sure that we got more consistent throughout our statute. So really simple, that's all this bill now does. And I'd be happy to take any questions. Maybe your shortest introduction of the day.
Maybe. So, yeah, I have a question and I'll get to Representative Scully. So why exactly, what was wrong with health certificate versus, does official certificate of transfer include the transfer of the animal as well as the health of the animal?
I'm actually going to let Josh answer that if he's here from the department.
Okay.
If we can do that, just because this is what the department asked for. The commissioner asked that we make this uniform throughout our statute. And I believe it does, but I'm going to let him answer just to make sure.
Okay, certainly. I'll need a pink card from you as well.
See, I didn't want to be the only one speaking on this.
You can give us the pink card after, Josh. You can just go up there with Senator Pearl
Come right up,
and
sorry, I'll stop spreading out here.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for unexpectedly coming up and
Yes.
Welcome.
fielding that question.
For the record, Josh Marshall, Assistant Commissioner for the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, and yes, that official certificate of transfer is the name of the document that does both the health and the transfer part for animals. That's what the veterinarian would sign off on.
Okay. Representative Scully, and then Comtois, and then Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. I just would like to know in terms of section 2.5 on line 6, obviously it seems like we're sunsetting that certificate of transfer. What is the need or benefit for doing that?
I'm trying to remember now.
It says official certificates of transfer shall be removed from the animal records database after 4 years.
The way I read that is it's again simply just changing the name from certificate of transfer, which would not be consistent with what the form is actually called. And so in existence right now, those records would be expunged from the database after 4 years as well. It's just a record keeping.
I believe, if I may,
Sure.
that this was dealing with the two sets of standards that we had in there before the database was put in place. Is that correct?
That's as I know.
Yes, so there were two sections of language we put in pre-database, and then once the database took place, I remember this now, and I'm sorry, I apologize in the beginning, I didn't, and we were asked to add this to clean up that language, to remove it from, so that we didn't have two paths, because the old language was no longer necessary, and that is what that is.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Good morning again, gentlemen. But anyways, I have two questions basically. Is one, are we changing the form when we change this except for the title? Or is the form going to be the same?
Form will be the same.
Okay.
It's just correcting the title within statute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think that official certificate of transfer is actually a better name as opposed to health certificate, because it lets people know that is actually an official certificate of transfer, because a health certificate kind of says that your dog is healthy, where the vet is only guarantee it was healthy when it was seen. Would that be correct?
I think that's a fair understanding.
Thank you.
And just to further expound on that, we're not making this up as a new title. We're just changing it to match other areas of statute where we're already using this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I really this concerns me a lot, because I wrote the bill that made this happen, and it is clear that I missed a couple of places, and I made some mistakes, and they're needing to
I
be
was not going to
corrected.
point that out, Representative. but as long as you did, I'll let you on.
So the it used to be the universal term used to be health certificate, and it was what was accompanying what accompanied a transfer of an animal. And when we made the database, we changed that to official certificate of transfer, because it really was something that was marking the transfer rather than making the health of the animal, certifying the health of the animal. It did require a health assessment, but and it still does. But the official purpose of it is the transfer, and it helps track it. And so I guess the question is, have you now gotten all the places I missed?
I'm going to defer that to the commissioner and his representative, because that was what was presented to me that was left. So, so my answer is, I believe yes.
Okay. Representative Gruber.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I presume there was once a definition what a certificate of transfer was. Is there a definition of what a official certificate of transfer is now, or what it includes? What it is? I mean, just
I believe so, and I apologize. I'm batting double cleanup. Both the state vet and assistant vet are at a conference right now,
Okay.
so I'm just trying to fill in. But I believe that it is referenced in another section or in another RSA.
It is in
I was
438,
gonna say, I think
437A.
Representative
Official certificate
wrote
of transfer
an
is there.
actual
Okay,
definition
thank you.
for that,
Because
if I recall.
I don't, I'm ignorant. I don't know what it is.
Exactly if we're in 43738, but.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a look and see. So 437
And for the
eight.
benefit of the committee, we're not creating this term new. We're reusing, just cleaning up and making consistency throughout statute.
And Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that we're going to be doing a study, an in-depth study on RSAs dealing with cats, dogs, and ferrets in the fall. Different chapter, sorry. Thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Well, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your
See you.
presenting this. Yeah.
There's one quick
There's
thing,
one
which
other-
is.
one other
just
quick question.
In terms of the, removing them from the animal database after 4 years, that's part of the, privacy security that we put in thanks to Representative Comtois.
Okay. And just one other quick question. The effective date. Why do we want to wait 60 days after passage? And
You know, I think that is just standard
Standard.
practice that they put in there. If you want to amend it to upon passage, I would have no objection. But
okay.
I don't know that it gains us
yeah,
much.
no, it doesn't gain us much. Just curious as to if there was a timing
No
issue.
specific
or-
reason.
Representative Comtois?
Yeah, I'm just wondering because right now it does say health certificate, I think, on the form. I'm not sure how the form is listed, and they may need to get something that says official.
Printed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good
That may
enough.
be.
Thank
I'm sorry, I
you.
don't have one in front of me.
No
but
worries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other? I don't have any other pink card. Oh,
take that
four. Yeah, I do have 445. 442. Josh Marshall's, and I don't have any other pink cards, so I am going to adjourn this this hearing for SB 44.
Blue sheet and online.
Yeah. Oh, blue sheet. Yeah. Good. I need the blue sheet. And let's go to. Find this on the House remote sign in. Thank you. On the blue sheet, we have 2 people in favor, and the online. And this is 442. Okay, so we have 20 who support and 0 in opposition. Wow, okay. I'm going to close the hearing for SB 442. Thank you very much. Yeah. And okay, so that's pretty much it. Was pretty much a housekeeping bill, and it is 10:45. Then we can begin the hearing for SB 445. Yeah, huh? SB 445, which is relative to adjudicative proceedings where there is a council or board with jurisdiction. And again, with us, we have sponsor of the bill, Senator Howard Pearl.
I'll still answer to you.
Yeah, I know.
Well, good morning again.
Good morning again. Thank you for introducing this bill to our committee.
Sure. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17, and I live in Loudon. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 445. This bill brings appeals of license actions and fine actions by New Hampshire DES in line with the appeals process for permit decisions. It provides better due process for those who want to challenge a licensing action or fine. Currently, New Hampshire DES has to create internal firewalls between and amongst staff and leadership. This creates inefficiencies internally, and it also creates the perception that the aggrieved person or entity does not get a fair hearing because the same agency that made the decision is also deciding the appeal. The bill routes those appeals to the separate independent environmental councils. Council members represent a broad spectrum of stakeholders, industry, municipalities, recreation, conservation, and public health, and are appointed by the governor with executive council approval. This diversity ensures decisions are informed, balanced, and transparent. It also allows the Department of Justice to hire someone with a Juris Doctorate for the role of hearing officer to hear appeals before the environmental councils. This is necessary because the requirement for the applicant to be an attorney has created difficulties in hiring for the position, and duties assigned can be accomplished by non-attorneys. Fortunately, since this legislation was drafted, the DOJ was able to hire a qualified attorney and is working through pending cases before the environmental councils. However, it took significant time and effort to get to this point. And I think I'll stop there and let I know we have members from DES here that probably can explain the more technical points better than I did. So I'll try and answer questions, but you may be better with them on this because there's a lot of technical aspects to the bill. So,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Representative Bixby.
So, is this bill a department request?
Yes.
And is it basically pretty much drafted by the department?
Yes, it is.
And did your committee do any amendments on it?
Minor ones, technical changes. I'm just looking through my notes here real quick.
I don't need to know the detail. If
Yeah,
it's just like correcting some commas and whatnot, I don't.
I don't recall it was anything major, and I'm not seeing that in my notes either, but this
Okay.
department can certainly correct me if I'm not accurate on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, great. Okay. Any other questions for Senator Pearl? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Pearl. Appreciate your time. And I would like to call up Craig Wright and Richard. Huh? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. From NHDES. Good morning.
Is that on now? I'm
That's
sorry.
on now.
Sorry. Usually I don't need a microphone, but thank you for being. I'm Craig Wright. I currently serve as the director of the Air Resources Division at the Department of Environmental Services. I'm also doing a little bit of double duty. I'm also serving as the acting assistant commissioner because our assistant commissioner was reassigned to the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. So in the House, Assistant Commissioner Crapo and Commissioner Scott were there and testified on the bill in the Senate. The bill is at the request of DES. We do believe that it improves and modernizes the appeals process and provides a fair, efficient, and transparent nature to appeals related to DES decisions. As the senator mentioned, DES currently has four independent environmental councils. There's two in the water related to water issues, a waste management council and an air resources council. The senator described the makeup of those councils, and basically what their role is to serve as a policy director to the agency. It hears certain types of appeals, but it does not hear administrative fine appeals or license actions. And so what this bill would do is consolidate and streamline those processes to avoid an internal do loop within the agency on hearing those types of appeals, and would instead put those appeals to those four environmental councils. So in summary, we think it provides a clear, fair, efficient pathway for appeals of administrative fines and license actions. I think Richard is going to give, the bill is fairly lengthy, but I think he's going to walk through at a very high level what the changes are. And also I think we have a very minor amendment to propose.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, Richard Head. I just wanted to do a couple things. One is, as Craig said, it's a fairly long bill, but essentially it does the same thing over and over again. And what we are removing from the current process is this internal loop that we have before a party can get to a council, where if the department makes a licensing decision, suspends or revokes a license or issues a fine, the party who's receiving that has to ask for a hearing before the department. And then the department has to then go to the Department of Justice, get a hearing officer. There's a hearing that is then held. The hearing officer makes a recommendation to the commissioner, and ultimately the commissioner makes a decision on that. If it's adverse to the party, and the party who's asked for the hearing, if it's adverse, that party then gets a draft of the decision and has an opportunity to challenge that decision before it's finalized. So essentially another small hearing. and then the commissioner makes a decision, and it's only then that the party gets to go to the council. Councils are there, the 4 councils are there to hear appeals of decisions of the department. And what we're asking in this bill is to avoid this internal loop where we make a decision, then we make the decision again, and only then can the party go to the council. And they still have to go to the council even after this internal appeals loop. So what we're trying to do with this bill is eliminate that. And because each of the various bureaus and divisions and groups has their own statute that does this, we do it over and over again in this bill. So I just wanted to, and then there are a couple other things it does beside that, and I just want to highlight those and point those out. But in the first instance, as to how we're removing this loop, if you look at the bill on the first page of the text of it, beginning on line 18 or 17, this is within the air statutes. The similar language exists in all the other statutes. And what it does first is eliminates the hearing under RSA 541A, which is the Administrative Procedures Act. It's there for essentially those departments that don't have councils, so that there's an opportunity for a party to get a hearing. But in this case, we have the councils. This reference to 541A, which triggers this internal appeal, is unnecessary, so we strike that. And then we have further down on line 24, rehearings and appeals from a decision of the commissioner under this paragraph shall be in accordance with 541A. Again, we're unique in that we have these 4 environmental councils. So the next paragraph down, beginning on line 29, says, appeals of a decision of the commissioner under this paragraph shall be in accordance with 21O, which is the council. So essentially, we avoid what some other agencies do, which is that internal thing, because we already have an appellate hearing process with the councils, and the parties can just go straight to the councils. So as I said, the length of the bill is due to having to do that through multiple statutory changes. I did want to point out just a few things that the bill also does. So if you turn to page 14, beginning on line 16, this is just a technical change. So section 38 of the bill has in the Wetlands Council division means division of the Water Resources Department. That's not what it's called anymore. So this simply strikes the word resources to make the name reflect what it's actually called now. So just a technical amendment on that one. On the next page, on page 15, line 16, this is the part that you heard the senator talk about, where the attorney general is the one that appoints hearing officers for the councils. And this would take away the requirement that they be an attorney by education and give the attorney general some flexibility to get somebody who's otherwise highly qualified, who should be able to do the job, but under the current statute can't do it if they're not an attorney. And as the senator said, since we proposed this, the attorney general has found a hearing officer. But again, this is going to repeat itself down the road when that hearing officer ultimately retires. The next change I wanted to point out is also on page 15. This one makes a change. It's sort of a technical change, but it moves a permit decision into a department permitting decision. And again, permitting decisions are currently appealable, but they're called enforcement decisions. And it's actually important for the party that's appealing because the statute has sort of a unique provision for permitting decisions that allows them to file something called a preliminary notice of appeal. And it's really an informal appeal that allows the party to meet with the department informally and try to reach an agreement before it formally goes before the council. So this gives an opportunity for those that are subject to a licensing action to be able to take the opportunity to have that more informal appeal process before the council does hear the case. It's entirely up to the licensee, so if they choose not to do that, they don't have to do that. Turning to the next page, on page 16, line 16, this was actually one of the two changes that the Senate had asked for. So this applies to licensing actions and would stay the licensing action for 30 days to give the party an opportunity to appeal to the council. So it would not become immediately effective. And if they do go before the council, then then it would remain stayed during the period of time that's at the council. And the only time that would not apply is if there's an imminent risk to human health of the environment. That's the subject of it, but it would otherwise stay the decision in that process. And then the last change I wanted to point out is also on page 16, and is similar to the one I just talked about, was also the other request from the Senate with regard to fines. And again, it stays the fine for 30 days to give the party an opportunity to appeal, bring it before the council, and then it would continue to be stayed. So if the council ultimately reverses that, they haven't already paid the fine and been subject to it. Because that's simply a fine that does not have the exception for the imminent risk of human health or the environment. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions, but that's the summary of the bill that's before you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, my fault. I apologize.
You might be about to answer the question I was about to ask, so.
I did hand out an amendment. It's a
Typo.
It fixes two typos,
yeah.
which I think is actually pretty good given the length of the bill. I only found two typos in it.
Okay.
But it does on the handout on the fourth line down, striking the risk to, which is redundant, and then in the last line, should read board with jurisdiction instead of board within jurisdiction. So those are the two corrections we asked in the amendment.
Thank you
that
for
made it out.
supplying that language for us.
Thank you, and I apologize. So
No
I'd be happy
worries.
to answer. We'd
No
be happy
worries.
to answer any questions.
Yeah, so I'm interested to know, in streamlining or making these changes, how much time does this cut out of the appeals process?
It's a significant amount of time. So for example, it's an outlier maybe a little bit, but it is a recent example in which we've had a licensing action that was taken. We did have an attorney general appointed hearing officer. There was a pre-hearing scheduled. There was a hearing scheduled. The hearing lasted 4 days. And it was not consecutive, so that they had to schedule that as the parties were able. The hearing officer then has, and I apologize, I've forgotten the exact number of days that the hearing officer has to make a recommendation to the commissioner. I'm saying 45 days, but I think that's wrong. That period, the hearing officer took the full period. It then went to the commissioner, and the commissioner made a decision based on that recommendation. It was a significant period of time, and at the end of it, if the party wants to appeal that decision, they start over again with the council. It eliminates that entire internal loop and gets you before the council, which has to have a different hearing officer appointed by the attorney general to hear the case before the council. So it is and can be a significant time delay. And it puts the parties in sort of that contested case mode, whereas with a licensing action that's appealed to the council, it does give the party an opportunity not to say, I want a hearing, but to say, I want to see if we can mediate a resolution of this. And that's upfront and entirely at the discretion of the party that's asking for the appeal. So it can be significant.
Okay. And I noticed throughout, it had, the language before was rehearings and appeals, and now that is just appeals. Are there still rehearings?
So within the council processes, they make a decision on the hearing, and then internally their rules and their statute in 21.0 allows for a rehearing, which is essentially a reconsideration. And then from there it goes, any further appeals go to the Supreme Court.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming before us with this. Was this because of outside pressure, or was this the internal recognition that your system could be done better and streamlined?
It was an internal recognition that the system could be functioning much better.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I do not have any other pink sheets or pink cards for this. And so there's no other questions, no other people testifying. The blue sheet, please. For the online portal, we had 0 support and 0 in opposition. And on the blue sheet, we do have also 0 in support and 0 in opposition. So this appears to be, again, another housekeeping type of bill. I am going to end the hearing of SB 445. And we do have an amendment to change a typographical error. So at some point today, when we do our work session and discuss this bill, perhaps somebody from the committee would like to have that language drafted.
Just got a note from Nick. The hearing in Howard's committee is going longer than expected. So
Okay.
the previous hearing, so the hearing on 1622 just started,
Okay,
but it doesn't look like there's a lot of people
Okay.
looking for it. So he said he and Linda will probably be here around 11:30.
all right, terrific. Okay, so we are going to move on to our next hearing. Let me get my pink cards put together here. And we have SB 535. Okay. Hang on one second. Okay. I'm going to open the hearing on SB 535, defining residential breeder, an imported animal for the purposes of animal transfers and removing references to commercial kennels. Welcome back, Senator Pearl.
Well, good morning. Welcome in. You're having a gem of a morning because you're getting me for all 4 bills. So we're on number 3. So for the record, I am Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17. I reside in the town of Loudon. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 535. Excuse me. So I brought this bill in response to work we've done for many years back when I was in this committee with all of you, and the work that I've continued on the other side of the wall in Senate Energy. And we established a database many years ago in order to help the Department of Ag to track, what was going on with our transfers and to try to, help bring things into compliance. So one of the good parts of that is we've been in enough years now that they can start to glean some information and they can kind of realize, where issues lie and where issues don't lie. And so in conversations that I had in the off season with the commissioner about this very topic, we kind of realized that when we made all these changes to the pet vendor law and put all of that in place and brought the thresholds down, we sort of wrapped into this, everyone. And sometimes that has some unintended consequences. And so after we've had some time to look at those results and sort of understand, the issues that we were trying to resolve, I think it's time now we can go back and start to grant a little bit of relief where it's appropriate. So what this bill does is it puts into statute a definition of residential breeder. And what it would allow is it would allow these residential breeders, which is defined very narrowly, to that they shall raise litters in a household setting by maintaining the animals as part of the family environment. And very importantly, they shall not transfer imported animals in New Hampshire with or without a fee of donation. And so what that really would mean is you have a very narrow group of breeders here in the state that they've been, they've never been the issue, they weren't the problem that we were trying to resolve. but it's put the threshold so low that it's putting some of them into a challenge and forcing them to either raise less animals than what they really are able to do to satisfy the customers that they have, you know, in the residents around New Hampshire and possibly out into New England. I just know some of these animals go outside of New Hampshire, but these are customers who are looking for animals that were raised in that home environment, and they want to be able to have them able to transition into their environment, and they like that quality. So simply what this would do is for any resident, anyone who qualifies as a residential breeder, we currently cap them at 30 animals before they have to register as a pet vendor. Well, once we do that, then they have to be compliant with inspections. And it's the residential part that's the problem. These animals that are raised within a home environment, they don't have impervious surfaces, and so they can't pass the home inspection part. So this would simply exempt them from the home inspection. It also would encourage them to register as pet vendors, where many of them either are doing, you know, going out of state and doing business so they can avoid having to do and comply with our laws, or they're just simply staying lower than the 30 transfer threshold so that they don't have to deal with that home inspection. So this is a small amount of relief that would allow this narrowly defined group of breeders to still raise the animals, encourage them to register as pet vendors, and if they exceed the 50 threshold, then they have to be in full compliance and they would not be exempt from the residential inspection. And that in a nutshell is what the bill does. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Comtois.
First off, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing forth this bill. Would you believe that people that raise large dogs in their home can easily go over the 30 dog threshold in a year if they have 2 or 3 dogs and just happen to not coordinate the litters, because they can have anywhere from 10 to 15 or 16 pups in a litter. And I think would you believe that happens, and it forces them into a category that they never meant to be in?
Sure. Thanks for the question. Excuse me. And I do believe it. And that very situation that you describe is certainly one of the reasons that I brought this bill, was because these aren't the folks that we lowered the thresholds to resolve issues with. They weren't causing us issues, but I do believe it. And one thing I do want to point out, sorry, Representative, we just noticed on line 26, there is a typo. That should be RSA 437, not 473. Somehow those two numbers got reversed.
We have an amendment already to fix it.
Perfect. Then I will stop there.
All right, good enough. Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking questions.
See you again.
You mentioned the term impervious surfaces. I don't know what that surfaces. Okay. Can you still explain what that is and how that disqualifies them from passing the home inspection, and just a little bit more about home inspections, what they entail, and whether or not we would be, I don't know, the concerns people might have about that whole situation, which I don't know much about. So.
Sure. An impervious surface would be like this desk where you could clean something off, whereas carpet would not be considered, it would not be impervious because it could collect, soil or stain. And so that is the challenge that they have because they're trying to raise these animals within somewhat of a home environment. And, and being in concrete and, in hard surface walls isn't really what any of us live within our home. And so this would allow them just not to have to comply with that portion of it. And I'm sorry, was there a second part of that? I apologize.
Basically, just explain to me the issue of I don't know.
Inspection process.
Yeah.
You asked. I can't say that I can speak honestly terribly knowledgeable to the inspection process. I don't know if Josh is still here from the department. Oh, the commissioner's here. All right. Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't see you come in. I'll let him speak to that if that's okay, because it's not something that I've personally experienced.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so and one thing I'm curious about is so in I think last term we passed a bill that would have essentially created an allowance in case someone slipped over for 1 year, and I'm wondering, was that not effective? And also wondering about how the database contributed to tracking things in such a way that it was recognized that this bill would make sense.
Sure. So what the exemption that we passed was for, so they wouldn't have to register as a pet vendor, just for that one term if they slipped over. What this bill would do is say that anyone that's within that 31 to 50 transfers, they would have to register as a pet vendor, and this would encourage them to, and honestly, this will help the department better track what's actually going on in our state, because it will encourage some of these folks that are either just staying below the threshold or are finding other means to get around that requirement so they don't have to. This will help everyone to, come in, register. They'll be part of the system, but it will encourage them to do that, and they won't have to be subject to that inspection of the inner home because of that impervious surface area.
Okay. And a follow-up?
Follow-up.
So, in the impervious surfaces, that is part of the whole set of rules in the AGR rules that have to do with commercial kennels, right?
I believe so, but I'm going to let the inspector fix that. Oh,
Okay.
speaking of commercial kennels, I think we fixed the second part in this too. Yes, it's coming out because commercial kennel isn't a term that we use anymore or need to use. So we're correcting that too. And I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. We added that in when it was in the House, in the Senate, excuse me.
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
other questions from the committee? Representative Freeman.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So I'd like to refer to line 23 under fees, pet vendors, where it says fees for dogs licensed as a pet vendor shall be based on the numbers of dogs licensed, as in RSA 46:6 for group licenses. Is that above and beyond what the local municipalities charge for dog licenses?
No, it's a separate process, and I apologize. I haven't refreshed myself on the group license policy. I know. Yeah, I remember. I remember a few details, but I'm sorry, I don't remember all of the details of group licenses. This was the fix that I was just referring to, that we're correcting that commercial kennel and making it pet vendor, and that was upon a recommendation of. I'm sorry, I forget some folks that I think it was Patricia Morris, honestly, that testified in the Senate, but I'm not positive. I believe it was her testimony that pointed that out, and we included it in the bill.
So there wouldn't be any additional fees. This
No.
would be, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you,
All right,
Senator
Thank
Pearl.
you. I'll see you on the next one.
All right, good enough. And then we have Karen Fugit.
Karen Fugit.
Fugit, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm new here.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karen Fugit, and I am the executive director at Pope Memorial Humane Society, Cocheco Valley in Dover, New Hampshire. I also reside in Dover, New Hampshire, and I serve on the board of the New Hampshire Federation for Humane Organizations. Thank you so much for your time this morning. So, SB 535 proposes to define a residential breeder as a person who owns and breeds dogs or cats in their home and transfers up to 50 animals per year without additional oversight or licensing, as just discussed. And my concern here is in researching many other states' regulations and laws. 50 animals per year is actually not considered very small scale. Other states look at just as few as 20 animals per year being considered, under small breeder regulations. So under current law, a license is required when someone transfers 30 or more dogs, cats, or ferrets in a calendar year. And this threshold actually already represents a higher number than other states surrounding New Hampshire. So that means allow more animals to change hands without the same oversight or requirements as other states, which is concerning coming from the animal welfare world in a nonprofit animal shelter. So raising the threshold to 50 animals will further reduce accountability and oversight for individuals who are effectively operating like pet vendors or breeders. But without inspection or basic welfare checks, this would make it even easier for some irresponsible breeding operations to fly under the radar and avoid compliance that other pet vendors must uphold. So consistent oversight, including routine inspections with enforceable benchmarks for sanitation, ventilation, space requirements for animals, and disease control is, in my opinion, critical for preventing suffering, controlling the spread of disease through the state, and ensuring humane treatment of animals. This oversight, again, is required for other pet vendors, and therefore I feel introducing this definition of a residential breeder and removing these requirements opens up the door for some inconsistent standards for animal care in our state. And furthermore, as I alluded to earlier, as a nonprofit shelter, we see firsthand the downstream impacts when animals arrive from environments without proper health safeguards or oversight. I can think of a handful of cases just in recent years that I won't go into, but where we were working with quote unquote small scale breeders and actually had to remove animals from the home because of the poor conditions, the unsanitary conditions, taking in countless sick animals from these residences. So weakening these requirements by raising the thresholds for the number of animals a residential breeder can transfer in a year, in my opinion, does not benefit animal health or welfare. Rather, it increases the risk that animals will be bred and transferred in conditions that compromise welfare, burden rescue resources, and ultimately harm the community. So for these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose this bill and maintain a threshold that supports animal health, public safety, and humane care.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So these conditions that you speak of and the rescues you just spoke of, is this the exception or is this the rule in your opinion or in your dealings?
That's a great question. So you're talking about some of the less reputable situations I've seen, the instances where we've had to go in and help. I would say it's an exception. And my concern would be that those exceptions would become more commonplace without proper oversight.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? So my question is to Representative Comtois' previous point about, there are residential owners that may have animals that are large, that tend to have large litters. I think that this particular aspect of the bill accommodates those instances. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree with that. And I do agree, I agree with the purpose of this bill, looking at taking away some of the burden of the Department of Agriculture, absolutely. But I think there needs to be a middle ground where even with those pet vendors that are breeding larger animals, breeding larger dogs, and producing more offspring, there still needs to be some oversight on the state level. And I absolutely understand the previous points about the impervious surfaces not being attainable for these residential breeders because they're in a home environment. It's not the same as a commercial setting. But I just would urge us to consider a middle ground for inspections.
Okay. But then with these breeders, residential breeders, they still have to do an official certificate of transfer, which includes, health of the animal. Do you think that process would catch situations where there would be, zoonotic diseases or any other health issues stemming from a residential environment?
Health issues, possibly. Welfare issues, meaning the environment the animals are being contained in before they're being transferred to homes. Probably not.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And
Bixby.
following up on yours, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask about the official transfer of dogs and cats, which is required by law to transfer any animal. And if you are a breeder, that is your main goal, is to transfer an animal. And in my opinion, and I'm going to ask for your opinion, any reputable vet would be able to tell not only by looking at the health of the animal, but also the condition of the animal when it comes in, whether it has been raised in a good environment or not, because of the personality of that animal, because we know that behavior also is an indicator. Wouldn't you think that a vet that's signing this official certificate of transfer be able to determine that?
Not always. We have seen animals come in from not ideal situations, and 9 times out of 10, sure, their behavior is going to indicate a different level of comfort with people, comfort with human touch, but one vet inspection alone is a snapshot, in my opinion, of a whole life.
Okay, Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so one of the things that's a little bit complicated about looking at a bill is that the bill doesn't actually have all the information that it's coordinating with in statute. So I think one of the things that's not clear from just looking at this bill is that a residential breeder who is transferring more than 30 animals would still need to be registered as a pet vendor and would fall under all of the pet vendor requirements except for the exemption to the AGR rules that have to do with the impervious surfaces, and that's basically what makes the difference between raising an animal or raising puppies in a home environment versus a kennel environment. And do you think that there are behavioral advantages for the long-term development of the animal that being raised in a home environment is more beneficial to the animal than being raised in concrete?
I do. That's why I'm an advocate for foster care.
Okay. Right. So I think that it seems like this bill, the intent of this bill is to enable more puppies to be raised in home environments that have that kind of broad emotional support. Is that something you would approve of?
That I would approve of, but I think that can be true with oversight by the state in terms of the conditions they're being raised in.
Okay, so do you think that there would need to be a separate set of AGR rules that would deal with the facilities in a home that would be different from like impervious surfaces? And
That
sort
could
of
be a
thing?
consideration, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Kurt Ehrenberg?
Good morning. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the State Director for Humane World for Animals, and we are opposed to the bill because the current animal transfer threshold of 30 established in 2019 is a critical tool for public safety and animal welfare. Reversing this process by returning the threshold to 50 creates significant gaps in oversight. The threshold of 30 allows the state to identify and intervene in hoarding and neglect situations before they escalate into crises. When a breeder is licensed as a pet vendor, the state has the authority to inspect the premises administratively. Without this licensing, law enforcement must secure a criminal search and a time-consuming process that often allows abuse to persist for years behind closed doors. Large-scale neglect cases place a massive financial and logistical burden on New Hampshire municipalities. The 2017 Wolfboro Great Dane case is the primary example of how one case can overwhelm local police, nonprofit shelters, and taxpayers. Maintaining the 30 transfer threshold reduces the likelihood of similar events by ensuring earlier regulatory visibility. And New Hampshire already permits the highest number of pet transfers in New England. This makes our state a target for vendors who have faced enforcement actions in neighboring states. We should not be lowering our standards to become a haven for those seeking to avoid oversight. The 2019 reform was thoughtful and effective. It protects animals, supports law enforcement, and shields taxpayers from the costs of large-scale neglect cases. We respectfully ask the committee to report SB 535 as inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You referred to in your testimony just a moment ago the the episode that happened in Wolfboro with the, I believe the Great Danes. Do you recall how many animals were on that property?
Upwards of 80.
There were that many?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
So, you mentioned that the lowering the threshold from 50 to 30 has improved oversight. Can you cite some cases where the department or law enforcement has been able to intervene in a case because of that lower threshold?
I'm not prepared to do that right now. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ehrenberg. Angela Ferrari from the Dog Owners of Granite State. Good morning and welcome to the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Angela Ferrari. I'm president of Dog Owners of the Granite State. Additionally, I am also what would be considered a residential breeder. So I'll be speaking on behalf of our members, which include cat and dog breeders, kennel clubs, among others. And just wanted to clarify a few things. We're obviously in support of this bill. We do feel that it does bring more oversight to the Department of Agriculture by enticing those smaller residential breeders to become licensed pet vendors. Due to the current agricultural rules that have been discussed regarding impervious to moisture, among other items, that is hard for a residential breeder to abide by. That community of breeders providing that level of puppy or cat to the population of New Hampshire and surrounding states has been reduced, and that is because they have been avoiding hitting that 30 transfer number because they would not comply with or not be able to comply with the inspection requirements that are currently in place. As mentioned, impervious to moisture. Myself personally, as this was introduced, the pet vendor statute, spoke with the commissioner of the Department of Agriculture to determine if the way that I raise my puppies, even though where I raise them, I put linoleum down, they're in a plastic pen. Everything that they're actually in is considered impervious to moisture, but the room that would be considered inspectable still has drywall. There may be carpet on the stairs, there's a couch, different things that are critical to the home environment and impossible for your standard residential breeder to avoid, would still not comply with those inspection requirements. So for myself and others within Dog Owners of the Granite State, we have had to reduce the number of litters that we've had. Our wait lists are growing. We've had to deny homes who are looking for that type of puppy who are raised that way. I also want to mention, just to clarify, there has been some confusion about the 30 number, with this allowing 30 to 50 transfers for the residential breeder. At 30, everybody, whether you are a pet store, a residential breeder, a shelter, you would have to be licensed as a pet vendor. So it does open up that oversight that the department may not have for those breeders who are avoiding that number to hit 30 and now become licensed. It does mention that they would be exempt from the inspection standards, and that was determined in discussions with the commissioner that with this population not being the issue here in New Hampshire, that creating a second level of rules specific to residential breeders, which we did discuss as a possibility, wasn't something that they were looking to do. So I think that's something that the commissioner can speak to when he comes up. I do also want to mention that we missed a part of the bill as it was being spoke about today, and that's the imported animal definition. And that's an important one because right now when animals are imported into New Hampshire, if they're pregnant, those puppies that, or kittens that come from those imported animals are not currently receiving health certificates because we have not defined that the puppies born in New Hampshire from a pregnant animal that was brought in are still considered to be an imported animal because we don't require the shelters and rescues to get health certificates on home-born or acquired animals in New Hampshire, they've been able to avoid having health certificates on those puppies or kittens that are born to those pregnant imported animals. So this is just clarifying that in statute so that we can ensure that there are health certificates and the health of those animals that came from an imported pregnant animal has oversight, and they are getting those health certificates, or I should say certificate of transfer. And then the last piece was just the terminology. Since we no longer use commercial kennel, we've just updated that so that it refers to pet vendor to clear up language there. And just going back to residential breeder, one other piece that was touched on by the lady who came up from Pope Memorial is that we feel that if you are licensed as a pet vendor, even if the exclusion to the inspection process is in statute, that still allows the department to have oversight of those licensed vendors. If there was a need or a concern, I don't believe that the exemption from the inspection process would prevent them from being able to come in and speak with those pet vendors that are licensed. So if there was an issue, I don't know that it would have to go to law enforcement before something could be addressed. With that, I will take any questions.
Sure. Representative Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to be clear on the imported animal aspect of this bill. Are you suggesting that these anchor babies, let's say dogs that are born in New Hampshire, are don't have to are exempt from all the other parts of this bill?
So that is specific to current statute where shelters and rescues do not have to get health certificates if they acquired the animal from within New Hampshire. It's a way to alleviate some of the costs that are associated with health certificates and the vet exams that are required for those shelters. So they're only required to receive those health certificates if they are importing. So say they're bringing animals from down south, we need to make sure that they're healthy because they're coming into New Hampshire. When you have puppies from an animal that has come from outside of New Hampshire, it doesn't mean that they're healthy. They still should receive those health certificates, and this just closes that gap.
Understood, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Representative Bixby and then Representative Comtois.
I believe that Barbara was
Oh,
first.
go ahead, Barbara. I'm sorry. Representative Comtois, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby. Thank you for being here and testifying. This has been an ongoing process for many years. So a couple things. If we do this, I mean, personally, I know I was concerned about becoming a pet vendor, so I got rid of my my girls. That's a personal thing. But do you believe that by doing this and making it easier for the residential breeder, which might personally believe that they're better adjusted if they're raised in the home to go to another home, would help reduce the number of imported dogs?
I think it would fill a demand that when you cannot find a breeder that has puppies available, and I can speak from personal experience that I only have a couple litters a year and I have people who need to wait for multiple years until they might get to the top of my list and actually be able to get a puppy. They may go to other sources because when you want a puppy, you kind of want a puppy, right? You don't want to wait 2 years. It's very exciting. And there's nothing wrong with them going to other sources. I just think it's too bad that we can't allow our residents to fulfill the demand that exists and force them elsewhere. And then they may end up with temperament issues or things that they really were trying to avoid in going to the residential breeder who's raising their puppies in their home. And just one last piece kind of in that same topic is the majority of people who are going to get a puppy from a residential breeder are going to have the opportunity to go to their home and they're going to see those living conditions of where they got their puppy. And that's going to help with some oversight if there was any concerning situations. You have to be USDA registered if you're selling sight unseen. I think you have to have a certain number of breeding females to qualify for that. But there are some other federal oversights that would be in place for people who aren't getting to go to the home.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you for that explanation. If this fills a gap and helps reduce the imported dogs, you also think that will reduce the diseases and parasites coming into New Hampshire?
Absolutely. I believe the majority of the disease that we see come in are when animals are imported from other territories. We have a much higher amount of parvo and distemper, even parasites. The treatments are becoming less effective because we're seeing more of that as we're bringing animals from down south where there's a lot more of those issues.
Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I just want to get back to the question of that 30 to 50 category where someone would be a residential breeder and also defined as a pet vendor.
Yep.
Currently in statute 437.3, there's a requirement to maintain clean and sanitary condition of all premises, buildings, and enclosures used in dealing with the animals, and submit premises, buildings, etc., to unannounced inspection by department employees or local animal control, etc., at reasonable times. So this definition of a residential breeder would not get rid of that potential inspection. It would simply say that the rules about impervious surfaces and such would not be required. Is that correct?
Yes, that I'm actually really thankful that you pointed that out. It only states here that they're exempt from compliance with rules adopted by the department relative to premises requirements. So going back to the concern with oversight, the department is still going to have that opportunity.
Okay, so we heard a couple of other speakers say that this was going to reduce oversight, and in fact, it sounds like it does not reduce oversight.
I think it's going to increase it because there's going to be people who are breeding maybe 29 or transferring 29 in a year who have zero oversight because they haven't met that threshold. And they typically probably would have had another litter and they would have gotten the oversight that we're not getting now.
So I'd just like to thank you for for helping bring this bill in. One of the things that when I put together the database program, I was hoping that it would provide enough data so that we could do something like this, and I'm glad that you're doing it.
I'm very excited to be here to do this and hope that you guys will vote it ought to pass.
Thank you. Representative Sophikitis.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for taking my question. It's not really a question more than a comment, but I'm from Nashua and I just know that I'm not sure if it's current, but for the services that you provide to the community in finding their lost dogs, I just want to thank you because mostly on social media when people say, can you help me find Fido? Usually someone says, have you called dog owners of the Granite State? And so I just want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of New Hampshire for that work.
Well, thank you. I do believe you're referring to Granite State Dog Recovery, not dog owners of the Granite State, although we have been involved with them. So I will still take that, but just did want to clarify.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ferrari. Appreciate it. Any other, I don't have any other pink cards for this, so I'd like the blue sheet. Commissioner, would you like to say a few words about this bill? Okay. Representative Germano, would you like to take your seat, please?
And maybe bring a pink card to the commission.
Yeah, bring a pink card for the commissioner. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, and I am here in support of the bill. Did not intend to testify, but I'm glad to do so. We appreciate working with Representative Pearl and others on this bill.
Senator Pearl.
Senator Pearl, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I
Too
don't
many
mean to,
representatives I'm looking at.
sorry, I don't mean to correct you, but
Well, no, I'm glad you did. My apologies, Senator. You know, that I just have to tell this story because it was pretty funny the way that things come across on the screen. And so this was during the budget deliberations, and Senator Birdsall had left the room, and someone mistakenly referred to her as representative, but it came across the screen as representative, or how did it come across as? Oh, Resident Evil. So at any rate, you know, numbers aren't really the issue though for us. Those have been legislative numbers, so it really doesn't make a lot of difference to us what the numbers are. We've been going back and forth, but I think the important thing here is that it is impractical in many cases for people who are truly residential breeders to meet our requirements, and this is, I think, a good compromise to get there, particularly in that it's very limited in scope. And the important part of this is they cannot be importing animals to sell, and that would include the offspring, and that's been the problem. These are animals that are essentially within the home. They can bring in the parents, but then not transfer those animals for sale. And so that gives us a much better ability to really be sure that they're not bringing in diseases. Relative to the impervious surfaces, a lot of that's been covered. The problem that we find is even if you paint wood, animals often scratch or chew on that wood, and it soon becomes pervious again, if you will. And that's the problem. And obviously couches, you know, it really is a big problem. So in this situation where we're more confident about the origin of the animals and limited in scope what these people are doing, I don't think we have any real issues with this. I'm glad to answer any questions.
thank you, Representative King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. The first one is kind of dumb on my part, and then the second one's a little bit more involved. It says here, we've been talking about dogs the whole time, but there's also cats, and it says 50 dogs or cats. Does that mean if you do 49 dogs, you can only do one cat, or can you do 49 and 49? I just want to understand what that means.
You know, I learned a long time ago there are no dumb questions, there are only dumb answers. And I think I may be in the category of having a dumb answer. My understanding is that is no more than 50 dogs or cats. So I'm going to say this is the total.
Okay, so 25 dogs and 25 cats, or 49 and 1, or
Right.
something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask you or if we should be asking our committee researcher, but this is a totally new issue to me, and it sounds like there was some changes made in 2019. I don't know if you can answer this, but can you just give me a little bit of history about how things were before 2019, what changed in 2019, and if we're doing like a back and forth, because I know sometimes when you have a different party in power that things could, but this seems like a bipartisan issue, bill, so it doesn't seem like there's a battle going on here, but it sounds like there was some potentially like legitimate changes that were made in 2019, and now we want to return them. So can you just clue me in on that?
There certainly has been a lot of water over the dam going back before there. And the department has not been the driving force on the numbers issues at all. So I could be incorrect on some of what I'm going to tell you. My recollection is, and I don't remember the year, it was 50 for everybody. Then I believe it was brought down to 20 for everybody. And then it went up to 30. And now we're talking about going back to 50 for one specific group.
Representative Comtois. Actually, you can probably have a discussion over lunch with Representative Bixby and Comtois about the history of this, and I'm sure they'll clue you in. I was there too, but for some reason I wasn't as involved. So in any case, but go ahead, Representative Comtois.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. And I just was going to speak to something, Representative King. This bill has been going on for about a decade. I'd say close to a decade that we've been dealing with this issue. And we used to have different definitions, and we used to actually have a category called hobby breeders and commercial kennels. And what do we have? We had something. Curtis? Mike.
I actually tried to introduce hobby breeders at some point, and it was a very educational experience, being solidly chastised for 6 hours by all sides of the party for bringing forward a bill that was not very happy.
All right. So just to speak, there have been definitions throughout, and then finally we settled on the term pet vendor over the history. I mean, and that's why you still see the commercial kennel references in there, health certificates, which really is an official certificate of transfer, is really what it is. And it's been a decade of going over this RSA.
9 years of great pain for me.
Yep. All right, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your further illumination on this bill. And with that, I'd like the blue sheet, please. On the online portal, we had 24 people in support and 0 in opposition. And the blue sheet. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, Representative Minor. We have one person in favor. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on SB 535. And we have, we are running late, 15 minutes, but we have SB 593, enabling the use of solid waste management funds by solid waste management districts. And here to present that bill, again, is the esteemed Senator Pearl.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Well, glad to be back again. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl. I reside in the town of Loudon. I am here today to introduce Senate Bill 593. So this bill started as a completely different bill, and we amended it in the Senate to address an issue that came up following the House Bill 2 changes that we made last year. As many of you recall, we put in place in statute the ability to charge $3.50 per ton for all trash going into the solid waste management facilities. Mm-hmm. And we also then set it up so that we would refund the communities the $3.50 through a grant process where they would put in an application. Well, post passage, a solid waste management district that exists within my Senate district came to me and said, here's our problem. We aren't allowed to get our money back, only the individual communities, but the individual communities, we aggregate all of their trash and we don't keep track of who has what tonnage. And they felt that it was compromising to them to make a guess to each community and allocation, so to speak, was what I suggested. Let it go back through the communities, and the communities would again contribute that money back to the solid waste managed district, who was actually the one on the hook for paying the bill. This particular district, I'm sorry, I may not have my number correctly. It's over, I believe, $18,000 a year that they would be contributing, and they would have no way of recovering that. So I, in consultation with Director Wimsatt, we came up with this language that we felt just simply adding, if you see on line 4, we're adding the words or New Hampshire Solid Waste Management Districts established under RSA 53B, and I'm going to trust Director Wimsatt that that's the correct reference. And essentially what we're doing is we're allowing the solid waste district to then apply for that grant rather than the individual community. And that's really the premise of what the bill does. And there's several places that we had to make changes. And you'll see that on line 9, we're putting in to be very clear that payments to the solid waste district shall reflect only the amount of the surcharge paid for waste generated by New Hampshire municipalities within that district. So they can't apply for any tonnage that would not have been generated within their solid waste management district. So this was the fix that we put in place to make it easier, and I believe there's 3 or 4 of them around the state. It's a rather narrow group, and that's just an oversight that we missed when we were drafting this bill originally, or the language, excuse me, that went into House Bill 2, and this corrects the issue.
Thank
So
you.
I would ask you for your support, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yes, 53B is correct.
All right.
Representative Bixby.
So you said that this was a different bill first, or was that something you decided, was the previous bill something you decided you didn't really need and you just used the number for this?
It was germane and easy to use because it dealt with this. It was a solid waste bill that was put in within the Senate, and we didn't feel we needed it, so we amended it to fix an issue.
Okay, and essentially this is slightly bigger than a typo, but not a lot bigger, but has bigger impacts.
Yeah, it wasn't a typo. It was more an oversight in understanding that the way these solid waste management districts work, that they couldn't, it wasn't so much that they couldn't, we didn't anticipate them needing to do it. We thought it could be done at the town level, but again, the situation of how they account for how trash comes in, this just makes it so that it's honest and easy for them and they don't have to make any assumptions.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have what we call the BCEP, which
That is the generous, the one that brought this to my attention, so.
okay, that's right, because what we do is we service BCEP, so 4 towns,
Communities, yeah,
right?
which all happen to reside within my Senate district, believe it or not.
I do believe that. So they are. So I just wanted to make sure it was covering them.
It is, and
Thank you.
they were the genesis for this bill, and Hugh Curley brought it to me, that the issue, and I'm thankful that we were able to get it down. Oh, one more point I should make. We moved the effective date out to January 1st of 27 to allow the department time to get their rulemaking in place. So that is one more point I should make.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. And Hugh
That's the last
Curley?
one for me today, and
That's
I
it.
do need to go back to
Go
the Senate.
ahead.
So thank you all for your
Well,
consideration.
thank you for spending your morning with us. Yeah.
All right.
Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you. Hugh Curley from BCEP.
Absolutely.
So Hugh Curley and Richard Moore, both from BCEP. Do you want to come up together?
Sure.
Okay.
Can you handle it?
I could handle two. Sure. Time is of the essence.
Mr. Moore?
Mr.
We're
Moore?
standing between them and lunch.
Okay.
So we don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Hugh Curley. I'm the chairperson for BCEP, which represents Barnstead, Chichester, Epsom, and Pittsfield
Okay.
since the Akron. It was established about 33 years ago, and I'm the chairperson right now. Hopefully, at the end of this month, I will no longer be the chairperson.
right.
I'll just be a member of the committee. Richard Moore, I'll let him introduce, but I'm from Epsom, the representative. And Richard, you want to?
Okay, sure. I'm the alternate representative from Chichester to the BCEP. I submitted some testimony online over the weekend. I don't know if anybody got it, but when the time is appropriate, I'd like to paraphrase my way through that. It's a 1 and a smidgen pager.
Sure. But, like I said, time is of the essence. So
I'll go
quickly.
very quickly if you'd like.
Sure, quickly.
Yeah, go first. Then.
Okay, so here's, as Senator Pearl said, this puts us in a problem. So we've got a deficit, an expense of between $15,000 and $20,000 a year because of the way this original bill is put in. We need help. What we need. What the original bill does is it creates a 149 blah blah thing that collects $3.50 per ton of everything that goes to the landfill. The landfill that we have a contract with is Waste Management in Rochester. So BCEP has that contract. It's not the town of Pittsfield, it's not the town of Epsom, it's none of the towns. It's a contract between BCEP and Waste Management. Our estimate for this year is that we'll probably take over about 5,000 tons. So whatever the math is, 5,000 times 3.5 brings us pretty close to what Senator Pearl was talking about. So the law is very specific. Anything that goes into the landfill, $3.50. Unfortunately, the law is also very specific that that fund will provide quarterly payments to New Hampshire municipalities. So I highlighted that in the testimony. We've talked a little bit about BCEP. We know it's 4 towns. We even know which 4 towns. It was created in the 1990s. 53B. It's a legal entity. It's a little bit like a school district. So it's not the public works district of this town or the public works district of that town. It's a separate legal entity. We have separate contracts. That's what makes this so difficult, is we're using Waste Management. Some of the other things that we're calling districts, they're more of a handshake thing. They're not the setup we've got. It's more of a handshake deal. Some of them own their own landfill, so they can do whatever they want between those legally. I'm almost done, guys. The problem, okay, thank you. The problem, again, is that 149 blah blah refers to municipalities, $3.50 a ton. I'm told we will never see the money that we have already paid. I had asked, when we requested this amendment, had asked that it be retroactive to July 1st. That's when we started paying. I was fairly naive. I'm told now that there's no such thing as retroactive. So we're a dinky little outfit over here. 15 to 20,000 bucks a year is more than chump change to us. So if we can't be retroactive, I'd like it to be as soon as possible. I've gone through some discussions, some activities, some adventures with DES. They are encouraging a date, an effective date of January 1st, 27. That means that $15,000 to $20,000, as far as we're concerned, we just burned it. It went to DES. DES keeps it. I'd love to have it at least be July 1st of this year, so we only lose 6 months, and then I'm still not going to give up getting back what we've already paid in. So that's where we're at. I just mentioned to Swaslake, to the chair, to Senator Pearl, that we'd like to do the July 1st. There's been some more discussions. I'm not sure he's receptive at the moment, but I'm understanding that there are discussions over there someplace. I would love to have it as soon as possible. And if there's a mechanism to recover money, I'd love that too.
Okay, thank you. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. As a resident of Barnstead, I understand about the contract. So my question is if, and I'm looking at that bill, that the municipalities could be receiving that money, but because you can't figure out how much is gone to each town and ask for reimbursement from that, therefore no money is going back to the municipality or to BCEP. Is that correct?
May I?
Yes, please. The question is to you.
The second part is correct. The first part is a little more complicated. They kind of made it sound simple. It's critical that we understand that the contract with Waste Management is with BCEP. BCEP collects the $350. BCEP sends a report to DES, as they do for all of the communities, all of the other entities.
Correct.
And that report is going to say that I was 1,500 tons from BCEP in this quarter. So when DES goes to do their part of it and cut checks to send money back, well, they don't have any money from Chichester or Epsom or Barnstead. So that's where it gets complicated. To change things around, we would have to undo contracts, redo contracts, and then next year at this time, do it all over again.
Madam Chair.
Senator Comtois, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what it sounds like to me is DES is holding on money that belongs to 4 towns that would help reduce their property taxes. And right now there is no recourse for that.
Correct. I would say that's correct. And the other piece is that we, as you mentioned, did I mention tenacious, by the way? But when we get trash in, we commingle that trash. And so although we have a formula that runs by the population, by OECD and stuff like that, that's how we divide our expenses. We could theoretically do that by our bills. You know, we essentially have it that way. So, but I also would say that part of it is when they came to the rulemaking, they've taken a very narrow view of municipality. So they're forcing this by having the narrow view of municipality. It forces that we then redefine district's place in this equation.
Representative Comtois and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you. Last one, Madam Chair, I hope, only because it does concern my community. And thank you again. So if you could, just to get the money back into the hands of the municipalities, could you break down the bill since July 1 to that? And then do you think that the municipalities would then give that money back to BCEP? I understand that there's a contract in place. I understand that. But I also understand that the way the bill is currently written, that you cannot receive the money directly, which is what this bill is going to do, is going to correct that. But at the same time, you know, there is a formula that if you did it that way and sent that to DES based on that allocation by population, monies could flow back. But would the municipalities then reimburse BCEP, or could you have at your next meeting have an agreement with all on board and those representatives to say that if we do this, we need a guarantee that that money is going to flow back to us?
As the treasurer of Epsom, I can tell you I would sign the check. You know, but yes, I think we could do that, but it's not clean enough to do.
Okay, thank you.
The problem is that we don't have the money. Anything like that were to occur needs to occur in DES because they are the ones that have the money. I don't have the money.
I understand. I'm talking about DES submitting
DES sent it
to the municipalities, and the municipalities send it back to BCEP until this takes effect.
Yes.
That is what I'm saying. And I would ask DES if that would work.
Well, Mr. Nork will be speaking with us shortly. Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, so this the reimbursement or the disbursement for of the funds to the at this point municipalities, and if this bill goes through to the management districts, happens on a quarterly basis?
Yes, it happens. From my understanding from the rules that we just had the hearing last week or 10 days ago for the rules, every quarter, we have to, we pay up through every time we drop trash off at Waste Management, we pay $3.50 a ton. Every quarter that's assembled. At the end of the month following, it is then submitted to DES by Waste Management.
Okay, so essentially, as the sooner this bill goes into effect, the sooner the quarter would be that you would start getting appropriately reimbursed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for these gentlemen? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. Michael Norick, NHDES.
Another more.
Morris. Treat him well.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nork. I'm here for the New Hampshire DES Solid Waste Management Bureau. DES does support this bill. As noted, it fixes a drafting error that would address the concerns that the Solid Waste District mentioned. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
So if we moved up the effective date to on passage, would that cause problems?
My understanding is that Senator Pearl's intention with the effective date of January 1st was to allow us time to draft rules, assuming that this gets, if it passes out of both bodies and gets signed by the governor, we're talking about probably August. And that would give us at least, 4 months to get rules drafted. Generally, it takes about 6 months to get rules done minimum, but we could probably, knowing that this had a path forward, we could probably get that rulemaking started early.
Okay, so you could potentially expedite the rulemaking process so that we could get it to go into effect more quickly. Would it? So if we put
We could reasonably get it by January 1st, I think. Otherwise, it would take some special maneuvers with interim rulemaking, like we had to do with the surcharge originally.
Okay, what would it be possible to do that interim rulemaking? Because we really don't want to be shorting. I mean, these communities that have already been shorted by accident for a year.
I'll just say that we'll do whatever we are directed to do. So
Okay,
whatever the legislature sees fit to do, that's what we'll deal with.
So if we did put the effective date on passage, then you would make your department would find a way to deal with that.
I suppose we would, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Comtois and then Gruber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to go along with the rulemaking that Mr. Representative Bixby was just saying, so thank you for being here. One, I mean, we already have rulemaking in effect to go back to municipalities and towns. So my question is I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but you already have rulemaking process for that. So basically, we're just adding solid waste districts to that rulemaking. So it's not like we're creating a whole other set of rules because it's only about that one thing that we're dealing with. Is that correct?
That is correct. I suppose what would need to happen is the language of the rules would need to be amended, but also the forms would need to be amended. And so that would be the thing that would probably take a little bit of time just to reformat those. But I don't think that it would be a significant lift.
Okay, follow up?
Yep.
Now, the fact that are the BCEP, which in turn is also affecting the municipalities, the towns, the 4 towns involved, we're not receiving the funds due that are already in the hands of the state. How do we, so the citizens of those residents of those 4 towns are being shorted. How do we get that money back into the hands of BCEP that will effectively downshift into, to alleviate the cost for the citizens of those 4 towns? How do we get that done?
Thank you, Representative Comtois. I think the solution that you suggested would be a workable solution. Basically, how that would work is municipalities are required to request reimbursement, as was noted, quarterly. So I think the first reimbursement would be, or the first point at which they could ask for reimbursement would be July 31st of this year. How that would work is, I guess BCEP could invoice each of the towns for the amount of solid waste surcharge that they're due based on that formula. And then the arrangement would, between the towns and the solid waste district in terms of reimbursing the district, it's kind of up to them, I guess, and based on their standard business practices.
Sure, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how long has this been in effect and how long have municipalities been being reimbursed? When was the first reimbursement done?
The first reimbursement will be starting July 31st.
Of this year. So
Because the surcharge went into effect on January 1st. And disposal facilities are supposed to remit payment of those surcharges to the department 30 days after the end of the first quarter. So we're basically at that point during the month of April. So, by April 30th, I think would be the deadline for them to submit that payment. And then municipalities have 30 days following the second quarter.
So they can still go retroactive to the first quarter to get their, submit their,
Correct. Yeah, they would be able to be reimbursed for whatever surcharge they were responsible for.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Gruber, you had a question, and then Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Nork. It seems to me that if we change the date to July 1st, effective date, and then the rulemaking process is delayed, this still applies July 1st, so they may not get their money immediately, but they would eventually get it this year. Is that correct?
Can you repeat your question? I'm not sure I'm
my
following.
question is if we have this bill effective July 1st, even though it needs some rulemaking process before you could process money for these solid waste districts,
Right.
I would assume that the money owed to them would start effective July 1st, even though they may not get the check until a later date, because the law would say it's effective July 1st.
I'm not sure. I
Because
wish
the
I could
rulemaking
give you a
process has to
definitive.
follow the law, not the
Right,
other
and I
way
guess
around.
with
you know.
the rules effectively having the effective law,
Yeah.
if there's a conflict between the two, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not
No.
sure that I could definitively say what requirement stands when there's a potential conflict between the two, which I think was why Senator Pearl wanted to have that lead up time to eliminate any potential conflicts like that.
Representative Scully?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick comment, then my question. I like Senator, Representative Gruber's idea. The hour is like, let's make sure that whatever happens isn't retroactive, such that they will never be able to get the money. If we change the effective date to immediately while we're working out rules, at least I think they would be able to at some point get that money. My other question to you is, so this money's been paid into the fund from which the municipalities will be reimbursed. So this is kind of a catch-22 thing, where that money's been paid in, but there's no way to pay it back because of the fact. Is the money in the fund right now, but right now we have no way of paying that back to them for what the monies they've already paid in?
I guess the way to think of it is the money's not there yet. Like I said, the disposal facilities are supposed to remit payment by April 30th, basically. So they're working on submitting payments soon. But I think the way to think of it is the statute is very specific in that it says municipalities are eligible for reimbursement. As I think the committee is well aware, when an agency adopts administrative rules, it doesn't necessarily have authority to interpret statutory language beyond the scope of what the statute says, which is why our legal section has advised us to not interpret municipality more broadly than what's already established in I think we refer to RSA 33 for the definition of municipality.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I just make one suggestion here, since we're talking about this. So if I understand what's happening here, that money will eventually go into the fund from what they paid in, but with no way to get it back. So is it legal or constitutional for us to amend this bill such that there will be a one-time grant payment made to that particular group?
Why don't we discuss that at the work session?
Okay, because that's what I'm thinking.
I think in response to your question, Representative Scully, I think there are also, like Representative Comtois mentioned, there are other options for the district to be able to get that money. It's just more of an arrangement between the towns and the district.
Okay. Representative Bixby?
So let me just see if I've got this right. So once the bill goes into effect, then the rules go with it that go into effect, then it's going to be pretty straightforward from then on. But by that time, there will have already been one or two payments submitted by the solid waste district to DES that those rules would not cover. And there is a way for the solid waste district to work with the towns with some billing procedures to put together something that could be presented to DES that DES could legally disperse from to solve that first one or two payments. So that can be managed in a way that is kind of clumsy but possible. And then once the bill is in effect, then it'll be easy.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Representative Comtois?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you. I just want to clarify something. You mentioned something about there is like a time limit for towns or municipalities submit their paperwork to get reimbursed. Is that correct?
That's a good question. I don't remember if there is.
Okay, they're saying there is. So I just want to make sure that because of the time limit, these 4 towns are not penalized. So maybe we make a one-time exception in the bill for the solid waste district for submitting that their first report isn't due until July 31st, just in case.
I think
Or something. I'm not sure, but I want to make sure that if the towns haven't submitted it within the right time limit.
yeah.
I mean, so
Let
that's
me-
why I'm asking if we could get that information, that'd be wonderful.
Let me get back to you on the time limit because I think the municipality, as it's currently written, would be able to submit a reimbursement starting on July 31st, but they would have until the beginning of the next quarter. So anytime within that 3-month period. Yeah.
Okay,
But
I can get back to the committee on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think all this that we're talking about now can be worked out in our work session. We're talking a lot of hypothetical questions and what ifs and what nots. I think we should put this to bed.
Yep. Representative Howard, yep.
I think the outstanding question is, we know that laws and bills like these cannot be retroactive, but can rules. So if the bill goes into effect immediately, and the rules take 2 months to produce, can they retroactively go back to the beginning of the bill? I think that if the answer to that question is yes, then it's simple, right?
Okay.
I'm afraid you have the wrong guy to answer.
All
that
right.
question. Yeah.
We're going to move on here. And,
Thank you very much.
We have Sarah Burke-Cohen. And if we could do this quickly, I'd appreciate it.
I will do it quickly and efficiently, I promise. My name is Sarah Burke Cohen. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We support this bill as it is a technical, it's fixing a technical defect to the Solid Waste Management Fund. I wanted to point out a couple of things. I deep dived into the administrative rules process because apparently I needed to cure insomnia. So, but here's where. So currently there are interim rules in place so that there are rules in place about how municipalities what they need to keep, what they need to submit for forms in order to get reimbursement through this fund. Number one. Number two, the permanent rules have been promulgated into the process. That process started, the initial proposal was sent in February 25th, 2026. That process, as the representative from DES said, can take up from 4 to 6 months. I have talked with the folks over at JLCAR, the staff, the administrative rules staff, and my understanding is that because the rules are in the pending stage right now, they can be amended still up until JLCAR votes on them. JLCAR. Got it. Okay, sorry. That's okay. Sorry. So up until they vote on it. So this entity could be added into the permanent rules that are promulgated right now. So there wouldn't have to be a new rule process that started over again. That's option one. There are several other options. Interim rules have been brought up and going through the permanent process. So you're asking yourselves, why are you here? So I support it. I support moving the effective date back from January 1st, 2026 to either upon passage or July 1st, 2026. I think moving it to upon passage would be helpful for the department because then they can submit that amendment into the system to sort of make the rules come out with what the statutory scheme is. Question. I'm happy to answer questions.
Representative Bixby.
So we're going to be discussing this in a work session this afternoon. Would you be
I
available?
will be here.
Great. Then I would propose maybe we break for lunch now.
Yep. Okay, great. Need the blue sheet. And on the online portal, we had 3 in support, 2 in opposition. Yeah. And in the blue sheet, we have 3 support.
Quick reminder for Dems, we're caucusing in 236 at 20:01.
And I'm going to close out the hearing for SB 593. And we should be back here at 1 o'clock.
We don't
Maybe.
have to be back at one exactly because we're done with public hearings. We could.
Right. We have an exec session. We have an exec session scheduled at 1. If we're a little late, okay.
on for another 5 minutes.
Okay, committee members, please take your seats. Sorry, we're running late already.
Okay, baptism by fire here. So that's some of what was behind the pet center bill. And
Screamed out for the Senate.
yes, and so there were, and then what finally went through in 2019 was Senator Bradley struck something.
Okay.
And we did
Representative Wheeler, please take your seat. Okay, we are going to, we are scheduled to exec 2 bills. They're early bills from our committee today. We're going to start with SB 624. Representative Wheeler, you've provided us with an amendment to this bill. And I guess procedurally, we should have a motion and then discuss the amendment. Is that?
Yeah, move the bill.
Right.
With the, and move the bill and move to
Mike-
adopt the amendment.
Yeah, okay. Microphone.
I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 624 with Amendment 1499.
Okay, do I hear a second? Second from Representative Howard.
All right.
Okay, would you like to speak to your amendment, sir?
Yes, Madam Chair. So this was a good piece of legislation. The Senate is trying to address a gap in the rules that allows for these convenience stores, retailer stores to sell what are synthetic cannabis products that are intoxicating our young people across this state and doing so in a way that is significantly more dangerous than cannabis. The problem with the underlying bill was that it remitted new penalties, sort of doubled the penalties for cannabis, and it included penalties against our young people. And so what we wanted to do was make it so that these products can't be sold, but that the penalties go to the retailers, which is basically what liquor was looking for in terms of allowing their enforcement ability here. And so that's what this Amendment 1499H does. It makes it so that a corporation or unincorporated association that knowingly sells one of these products as defined in the first paragraph is subject in the first, second, or third offense to a $1,000 violation, and then in all subsequent offenses is subject to a fine anywhere not exceeding $20,000. So I think that is just about it. There's not much else I want to mention unless as I go through looking at this and I find something. I do want to mention the more than 0.4 milligram total THC per container. The marijuana advocates would have preferred that to be a 5 milligram THC cap to make sure that we're not going in a more restrictive way than the federal government is. But I think for us here on this committee and us at a state level, waiting until we know for a fact what the federal government will do, I think is the way to move forward, as opposed to putting in language that says with the exception of federal rules. So I took that language out. This very simply bans the hemp-derived cannabinoid products that contains more than 0.4% milligrams of THC. And I want to say to my friends who are against the war on drugs, I'm also avidly against the war on drugs. I think we need to readjust our approach to cannabis in general. But this is one of those drugs, one of these topics that I think both the people on the side of legalization and not can get behind, because this is about protecting our young people from a dangerous, untested substance that's being sold in our convenience stores right now. So I also would just like to ask, for the sake of my friend from Nashua, if, Madam Chair, you'd be open to Danielle from Liquor Commission coming before us just to speak a little bit as to why the labeling provision doesn't need to be included in this piece of legislation, if you're open to that.
Yes, I can allow that.
Should take
That's fine. Just take a few moments.
Just to relay some concerns that
Just
the
to
committee
relay,
had.
yeah, sure. Go ahead, quick.
Because this is where you replace doesn't have the rest of the bill. I need a reminder. Does this take effect upon passage? Because I want it to. If it doesn't,
It takes effect January 1, 27. So, but
That's something that we can bring up to judiciary because this is a second committee bill, early bill.
Okay, so we could have them
we still
change
have
that.
Right.
time to make any adjustments in judiciary if you like.
Wonderful, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Danielle Elston, Deputy Chief, New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement, and I'll be brief. I know there was some concerns about the labeling. From what we are seeing right now is the products that they are in the market right now, which is this bill is in place to try to get these out of the market as quick as we can. They're not incorrectly labeled. It is clear what is on them. It is just there's some confusion in the industry as to what is allowed and what isn't. So the products do say what is, for the most part. Now, whether the accuracy of those labels is probably a debate for another day. But in terms of what we are seeing, the THCA, for example, all the products that we are currently encountering with the THCA, say they're THCA, say they're THCO, say what's on them, it's the industry is unclear as to what products are allowed and what products are not. So we really aren't seeing products that are labeled trying to hide what's in them. That's where the labeling right now isn't a main concern, because we see these products, we know these are illegal products. We just need the industry to be clear that they can't have these products and give us the mechanism to get these products out of the stores.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
So basically, labeling is a worthwhile adjustment that needs to be done to make sure that we're labeling accurately, but it might be too much of a rabbit hole to get into in 624.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. We kind of have to move on to the exec of this bill. Okay, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So explain to me, like I'm 5 years old, the difference between synthetic cannabinoid at 0.3 ounces, 0.3% on a dry weight basis versus the 0.4 milligrams for the container.
I actually would way prefer if Peter, who is
Okay.
much more scientifically apt to.
Okay, so in the 2018 Farm Bill, there's a definition of hemp that says that if that hemp and products made from it is defined as cannabis sativa that has that 3%, the 0.3% or less of THC.
Okay.
And it was, and in that bill, they went as specific to say THC Delta 9, which was probably a mistake, but that's what they did because Mitch McConnell. And so the reason for doing that is that cannabis sativa is both hemp and marijuana. So it's a very flexible plant in terms of how it grows and what. So sometimes some strains of cannabis have a lot of THC, some have very little, some have fiber that's very good for rope and clothing, some are not so good for fiber production. It's very you can get a lot of different uses out of it. And so they wanted to figure out some way to distinguish the stuff that is in the drug trade from the stuff that is in the fiber trade, and also has CBD, which is known to be useful for some medical purposes like epilepsy treatment. So so they wanted to be able to make that distinction. So they came up with the 0.3% THC by dry weight because it's impossible to get rid of it entirely.
Oh.
And so that's where that comes from. And then the 0.4 milligrams per container. So because you can't completely get rid of the THC in its various forms in hemp products, there needs to be some sort of allowance or buffer. So if you're selling CBD, which is on the whole pretty harmless, there's going to be some incidental amount of THC in it in most cases. And so the 0.4 milligrams here is to make sure that that you're not sort of saying it's got to be absolutely clean, because that's an impossible standard, but you want to make it low enough that it's not going to have any deleterious effects. So that's why you have two different numbers there, and the 0.4 milligrams total. That is an amount, that is a sort of a amount by weight that's in the entire container. So let's say you have a 1 ounce bottle of CBD oil. It can't have more than 0.4 milligrams by weight of THC in various forms.
What if I have a bigger container?
Then it's a stricter standard.
Okay.
The way this is written. But the idea is basically to create a little buffer zone, but not allow any amount that would be significantly intoxicating.
Okay.
Does that clarify it?
Well, I have a constituent who has a hemp store, and he's got a lot of product. And I'm certain that some of those containers are going to have over the limit, and he's afraid he's going to lose his business.
Okay, so it is that I don't know enough about it to say exactly. I know that anything that meets the current federal hemp standards should be acceptable under what's written here.
Yeah, and if I may add to the shipping containers, like if he had multiple products in one, that doesn't count as the container. Like he's bringing product into the store. We're talking about the stuff that's on the shelves, which shouldn't contain more than 0.4 as along with this bill.
Okay.
And
hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, if his product does, then I think he might have more problems than we can accommodate.
I think also, just in terms of the way it's marketed, I've never seen a bottle this big of CBD oil.
No. I'm sure.
So anyway, I just want to say, that I really appreciate the work that Representative Wheeler has done on this amendment. I think it's a much better bill than it was, insofar as I really appreciate the fact that the consumer is not criminalized, but it is the person selling who has to be very mindful of what it is they're selling and to whom they're selling it to. So that, in and of itself, I think is a far better improvement from the bill. And I also appreciate the fact that you worked so closely with cannabis people as well as our liquor commission, and getting something that these folks are all agreeing upon. So, and that takes a lot of really good work, and I appreciate that. So I will be supporting this amendment. Anyone else would like to make a comment before we take a vote? Representative Howard.
I hated the bill before you worked on it, and now I love it. So thank you.
All right. So with no other comment or discussion on this amendment, I'd like the clerk to call the roll on adopting the amendment 2026-1499H for Bill SB 624 FN and adopting this amendment.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
14-1, motion passes.
Thank you. And do I hear a motion for OTPA?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 624.
And I would be happy to second that. Any discussion on OTPA motion? Seeing none, I would like the clerk to call the roll on a pass as amended for SB 624.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes no. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
No.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
13-2, motion passes.
Okay, would it be okay to put this on the consent calendar?
No objection here.
Thank you very much.
And I'll have that report by the end of the day.
Oh, that's splendid. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, 13-2. Okay, so now this brings us to our next bill, which is SB 465. And that is classifying xylazine as a Schedule III controlled drug. So for me, well, first of all, do I hear a motion from anybody on SB 465? I did not, but I will. You want to? You
write the report. All right, I'll move it.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I move ITL on SB 465.
And I will second that. So for me, classifying xylazine as a Schedule III controlled drug, I know that, and I want to speak to this. I had gotten communicate. First of all, I know that the xylazine issue is a tremendous issue, but I did get communication from various folks that states the federal government does have a bill working its way through Congress, and that it will do basically the same thing that we're looking to do here, and more. The thing is with this is that, as we heard in testimony, even though we are exempting veterinarians from the prohibitions, being a Schedule III drug still makes it so that it's very burdensome and onerous for them to do the reporting when they use it, and they do use it an awful lot. So I also feel that even classifying it as a Schedule III drug is not going to take it off the streets or solve the problem that we have otherwise. So I just feel like I would rather wait for the federal government to get this through Congress, especially so that we are not implementing legislation that may conflict with the federal law when it comes down. And cause further problems for our veterinarians and other legitimate uses of this drug. So for that reason, I support an ITL on this bill. Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand that by controlling this, making it Schedule III drug, that of course more paperwork's involved. But our vets are already involved in doing paperwork on Schedule III controlled drugs. I don't see this as a burden, and I think something has to be done. I know some of you are against more rules and regulations against drugs, but I think this is certainly a step in the right direction. I would have to support it.
Okay. Representative Barber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would have to agree with Representative Minor. I've spent the entire weekend going over this, looking at this from as many sides as I could, having heard the testimony last week during our work session. And I agree that, our veterinarians are already working with Schedule III drugs. My research has shown that it is no more burdensome. It may be more time consuming slightly. However, per dose, a veterinarian still has to record what is being given to that animal. I think it really comes down to the actual quality of the vet's individual record keeping in regards to this. So I'm not gonna, those reasonings don't work for me. And I think also with regards to the drug itself, this is a problem that will only grow. And xylazine is incredibly dangerous. And we need to step forward to take this, steps to keep this as tamped down as possible. Our law enforcement needs the ability for the penalties, for understanding who's actually using these drugs, where are they coming from. If we have these penalties that a Schedule III brings, it gives them more opportunity to discover what is actually going on in New Hampshire. And for those reasons, I will be supporting an OTP on this.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so one of the things that I always think about when I'm looking at legislation is what we're doing going to have the effect that we wanted to have? And I think no one would argue that xylazine is a problematic drug when used in humans. The question is making it a Schedule III drug in New Hampshire going to change how it gets into the black market? And I think the answer to that is no. And would there be unintended consequences of making it Schedule III? And I think that what we heard from Nate Harvey last week is that this making it Schedule III would be very problematic for our large animal vets. Large animal vets are already hard to come by. There is a drastic shortage of large animal vets in the country already. Making their lives harder is something we do not want to do. So I think that I don't think that this bill is a way of addressing what is a real problem. I think that the fact that having something happen with this on the federal level makes sense, because having a broad control over it in throughout the country could be a more effective way of dealing with it. But just dealing with it this way in our small state is not going to be effective.
Representative Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we all can remember that the state vet, Harvey, said that he was speaking from a private practice. He took off his green vest and he was speaking from a private practice. So it was somewhat cumbersome, according to him, to have to do more of this paperwork. But we never heard from him officially. We only heard from his private practice. So I have to go with a lot of pass on this.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and what an interesting way to discuss this. I appreciate all viewpoints on this. My big concern at this point, by not passing this, is waiting for Congress. And Congress right now cannot even decide which door to use. So I don't feel that is in the best interest of the state to wait. When and if Congress does pass legislation that would apply to this, it'd be very easy for us to adopt it. In the meantime, we do have a problem in this country with this substance. And while I can appreciate that New Hampshire is a small state, being able to keep track of what is going out and what is appearing on our streets is pivotal for us having some knowledge of where it's coming from and how we can mitigate that damage. So for those reasons, I will be voting against the ITL.
Just so you know, I did have a conversation with the state veterinarian regarding if we did pass this bill, that he was very, very concerned with what would happen, that there would be some conflicts between this and federal law when Congress does get through their xylazine bill. And he said that, his preference would be, I know that they worked very, very hard in the Senate to exempt veterinarians, but the fact is that they use this drug so often that it does become more burdensome. It's not, they have to report on the Schedule 3 drugs that they use now, but they don't use those drugs in the frequency that they use xylazine now. So it's, for that reason, I think it would just harm our ag community in time, and I think it would harm our veterinary community as well. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make 3 points. One of them is that not only did he say that that they use it a lot, but they use it a lot in situations where their lives or health are at risk because the animals are so much larger than they are that that they need them to control large animals. So it's a great help to them. At the federal level, enforcement is that's where enforcement happens in a realistic and good way. So if it passes at the federal level, then it's the right people are enforcing it. I don't know that it necessarily can be well enforced here. So, and then the third point is when you criminalize drugs, you don't really slow down the passage of drugs. You just make more criminals.
Representative Potenza.
Wow, I didn't think that this bill was going to have so much discussion. So I, along with Representative Barber, spent a long time on this because I didn't know any of this. I never even heard. I knew about the drug, but I never heard that this was being used in the way that it was. And so then I started doing researching, and when I started researching, I was literally horrified. You can buy this in bulk so easily right now in a powder form, and I didn't realize that. I know that there's been a lot of discussion, and if I believe that there could be an amendment, we don't have time for that, and for all of those reasons, I just can't. If we had 10 veterinarians in this room that were speaking against it, then okay, I'd listen. But I didn't hear that. And if this could stop it coming in from someone just literally doing it as a mail order from another country or within our country, then I think that we should pass it. I do believe that it should have something on there in a sense, like it shouldn't take effect until like 60 days after the date of the federal law and stuff. But a little extra paperwork, I don't in tracking, I just can't. I can't use that as an excuse to not pass this. And I 100% agree with everybody. The war on drugs is stupid. It hasn't worked. I get it. I believe that wholeheartedly. But for this, I until you start reading about the problem of it, it's unbelievable. And the powder version, which I know they use, the liquid version, the vets use, is unbelievable. They're snorting it, they're smoking it. There's tons of videos of people, all their bodies are hunched over. Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like it in my life, and I had no idea that this was from that.
Representative Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the illegal use of drugs and the devastation that it's creating in our communities, I think we all think is just absolutely awful. We also have to say, will the law we pass have the intended effect? I heard the testimony we all heard. What I didn't hear was that the diversion was happening here, widespread in New Hampshire, or that the drug combination of fentanyl and xylazine that was being manufactured here in New Hampshire. So I want to go back to Representative Bixby's point, which is I believe there could be some significant unintended consequences regarding the correct use of the drug by vets and also by the farmers who may have the drugs prescribed to them by the vets for their large animals. So unless I know that passing this type of restriction will have the intended consequence, regardless of the problems that may occur, when in doubt, I always say no. So for that reason, I'm going to vote RTO.
Okay, Representative Gruber, thank you.
I'm not want to repeat everything, but I've thought about this deeply too, because I'm clearly against drugs. And I'm fully supportive of federal legislation across the country. This is a small state. What we do here gets directly impacted with our neighboring states. And this will not regulate the illegal use of this product coming into New Hampshire, where we are now. We're not in the middle of Arizona, we're in New England. I think it will encourage the black market to grow in New Hampshire, which is feeding the parts of the society that we don't want. And it will have a significant direct impact on not just the vets that deal with large animals, but the farmers who have large animals. I think this has to be solved and addressed at a national level, not at one state in New England to make it effective. So I will vote against this.
Representative King, and then Wheeler, and I'll go around here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Scully stole my thunder a little bit. I just want to reiterate on what the points he was making, and that is, I didn't hear any evidence that the mixture of xylazine and fentanyl is happening here in New Hampshire. And that's important because it was made clear that nobody uses just xylazine. It doesn't give you the effects of getting high like fentanyl does. It's always fentanyl plus xylazine. And if it's not being mixed here, it means it's being mixed out of state and being brought in here. So if we were to do this, it's still going to be brought in here. And if you bust somebody for fentanyl, what good is it to bust them for xylazine as well too? You're already going to get decades in prison. So I don't see how this is actually going to stop anything. And it's brutal to me to think that the live free or die state is going to have more onerous regulations on vets and farmers than Vermont or Massachusetts or Maine. That just blows my mind. So just think about that and thank you.
Okay, Representative Wheeler, then Germana. Oh, okay, Germana. Representative Germana.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to say, without repeating, I agree with a lot of the comments, particularly Representative Scully and Bixby made. And I'll also say that, unlike my friend and colleague, there's a reason why I never wanted to be on CJ. And this is it. And we're the policy committee that deals with agriculture in this case. And I think that with that policy hat, I haven't heard anything that makes me think this would solve the problem. I have heard evidence that I think makes it more difficult for the treatment of large animals. For me, I have to come at it not from a CJ perspective, but from an ENA perspective. And for that reason, I will support the ITL.
Representative Wheeler.
Well, now we'll hear the CJ perspective. I came into today, actually I went last week thinking this is going to be easy, we'll get it done. And then Representative Kenny caught Representative Barber and I in the hallway as we were leaving the House session and brought up something that I had not heard and made me think more in depth on it. But I came in today thinking that I was going to vote against it. But after all the conversation, I had to do some quick, checks on the research that I'd done over the weekend. Pennsylvania has schedules this as a Schedule 3 drug, and they have the exceptions for the vets, and it works good. And same in Ohio. West Virginia schedules it as Schedule 4, which is a little different, but it's still a scheduled substance. And the way I see it, this is a second committee bill that'll probably go to CJ, where some of the things that need to be worked out, if the exemption for the vets needs to be clearer or better put, etc. That work, I think there still is time to do, but where I'm standing right now, having gone back and forth and then back again, is this is one of the most horrible substances that we see on our streets right now. And yes, it is used to cut fentanyl that actually is the substance that gets you high, but xylazine rips apart your skin. I mean, it atrophies your entire body and makes people's limbs fall off. And like Representative Potenza was saying, when you look at Skid Row in Pennsylvania, or, you know, these zombie streets, as they call them online, where you've got people on both sides of the street looking like zombies with their flesh falling apart and all of these things. I mean, this is happening in the United States of America. And I think that there is an element, I'm a generally laissez-faire person when it comes to drugs and recreational substances, but I think that there is an element to where we are right now in society that tells us at a government level there needs to be enforcement. We need to deal with this in some strong, coherent way. And so right now, I think I'm pushing towards supporting moving this legislation forward in the process so that criminal justice can look at it a little bit more in depth. But I understand the points being made on both sides, and I really appreciate this conversation.
Representative Kenny?
Yes, the way I feel is if you do make it into a class 3, the large animal vets are going to have so much paperwork. It's much more than what the small animal practices have. Small animals, they use very little, but these large animal vets and the farmers are going to be really impacted by this. I would say that years ago we were using fentanyl patches on dogs to keep them comfortable after surgeries. And we were always using patches. I never even knew there was anything such thing as, powders. So now to even hear that it's in a powder form, but we would never see that. The vets are never going to see that. So I will vote for ITL.
Okay. Representative Sofakaitis?
As a registered nurse for 35 years in ICUs down in Boston, I just have to say I have absolutely zero sympathy for people saying that it's going to make too much paperwork. If you have a license to dispense these kind of medications, you just got to suck it up and take the responsibility of doing the work. And it doesn't have to be at the exact moment, especially if there's a crisis. Somebody else in your team, your secretary, somebody else could fill in the time and date and you could sign it, within an hour, whatever. But don't come crying to me it's going to make more work. It doesn't work for me.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. All right. So I guess we will, no other further discussion. And I know Representative Comtois is here, but since we've already, when she wasn't here when the motion was made, so I guess we can't include her in the vote. But what?
You could hear from, it's when the question was put, which means when you're voting. Yeah.
Let me just.
Former speaker here.
Here she is.
We already. Hold on a second.
How are you going to vote on this?
Let me just clarify that with the clerk, okay?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would just, if I may, on judiciary, when this situation occurred, we had the person who made the motion withdraw the motion, allowed the person to sit down, and they remade the motion.
Okay, would you like to do that?
I'll withdraw the motion, and maybe you could allow Representative Comtois to take her seat.
Okay, yeah, all right. So your motion to ITL SB 465 has been withdrawn.
And now Representative Comtois has to make it.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I would like to motion ITL on this bill.
Okay.
I won't move ITL on SB 465 FN.
Excuse me, one other thing, not to be a stickler, but I think the person who seconded should also needs to
I
agree.
will also withdraw my my motion to second the ITL motion that you originally made. So now we have nothing on the table.
Okay, so now I will properly move ITL on SB 465 FN.
Okay, and
I would like to second that motion.
okay, thank you, Representative Comtois. So we've pretty much discussed that ITL motion, and I'll then ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
No.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
No.
Representative Freeman.
No.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
No?
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Nay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
11-5, motion passes.
Okay, so what we'll have is Representative Bixby write the majority report.
Okay.
And who would like to write the minority report? Representative Freeman.
11 to 5.
Madam Chair, when do you need that minority report?
As soon as possible. I have to get that out tonight.
You mean now?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
And what is the position of the minority report? OTP?
OTP. Okay, so we are done with our two early bills. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughtful comments and motions. Appreciate it.
I know.
Okay, so now we should have started this at 1:30, but in any case, we are going to do full committee work session on 7 bills that we have in front of us. We'll begin with discussion about SB 475 regarding including a determination of the best interest of the animal in the definition of foster home. And there were some folks who were working on language for SB 475. I know that, one of the things in our discussions regarding definition of foster home, we're looking at residential homes primarily, but we do recognize that there are non-residential places that are used to foster animals. And I understand that the commissioner is interested in including the word facility along with the definition of, residential home. That kind of throws into question, the whole aspect of a residence being inspected, who's going to do the inspection, and that kind of thing. So I believe Representative Potenza, or who was working on the foster home bill? Me. You were, okay. So you have an amendment that you were going to, we won't be execing any more bills today. I think we should just be discussing and seeing whether or not we want to, I don't know that we're going to be execing any other bills, but let's just discuss what kinds of amendments are out there and set a plan for what we may do either next week or the week after. So Representative Potenza, could you talk to us about what you're working on for SB 475?
Thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. So we're pretty much at the final version of this amendment, and of course, hearing from the department was good. And after the hearing, it was clear that there needed to be 2 definitions. I completely agree. So pretty much at this point, the the amended version of the bill keeps the first part intact, which is pet vendor foster home, and then adds another paragraph that defines pet vendor foster facility. The only piece that I have added on to the first paragraph, which was what was in the initial bill, which talks about foster home, is specifically, I'm just going to read it to you. I know you've seen it and the commissioner has seen it, but nobody else has, just because I wanted to make sure I had appropriate feedback before I pushed this to OLS, is basically all pet vendor foster homes shall be reported at least annually and updated as necessary by the pet vendor to the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture to ensure compliance with licensure, animal inventory, and applicable pet limit requirements as established by rule. Information contained in such pet vendor foster home listings shall be confidential and shall not be subject to public disclosure in accordance with RSA 436-6A and under RSA 91A. I added that in there. And so basically to there's a couple different things in here that address the concerns that Representative Comtois had, and it was really most of the concerns that we heard about was, if someone has a license that allows them, let's say if it was 50 animals and they have 25 that are out in foster, and then they fill up their license, in a facility with 50, and then those, 25 come back, then they're over that. This is just a way to make sure that there is, that there's checks and balances and that there's tracking. God forbid we wouldn't want someone to be running, a puppy mill type of operation out of their home or their garage or anything like that. And this has enough checks and balances in there that should be okay for the department, as well as my biggest thing has to do with the privacy of the folks that are in, with their private homes in a foster environment. The good thing is that the pet vendors already have the relationships directly with these private homes. That's why the definition is so important there. And it doesn't give any, in a sense, extra work for the department. We don't want the department to be, responsible for inspections or any of that kind of stuff. All that stuff still stays the same, which is currently in rules that falls underneath the pet vendor. It just makes sure that we have a tracking mechanism in place. I did speak to someone that had a concern. It was a constituent that emailed me. And so I'm just going to say this on record. When rules are written, I assume that it's, if you're a pet vendor, you're of course going to have that person's name and address and all of that kind of information. The information that you need is just an address and how many animals that they have. So and that'll be written that way. I don't have any. The department doesn't want that kind of information. We don't want to get into the down that path. So I don't think that we're going to have any concerns here, and it's going to keep the sponsors of this bill very happy, and for what you need as well. There was another concern that was really off base. I don't think that they understand. Some folks don't understand what you already have the authority of. If there's suspected abuse or anything like that in anybody's home, foster or otherwise, and that already gets reported, the department that is already going to happen. That there's going to be an inspection. Those things are going to be looked at automatically. That doesn't have anything to do with making anybody under a microscope or anything like that. With this defining, I think having the definitions in there are important. I think they're important as well to develop rules, and I'm going to wait until the end of the day. There's a couple other people that I think are going to want to look at it. I'll send it to the entire committee. And if everybody's okay, then I'll send it to OLS so we can exec this, at some point soon.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I guess what we heard in the hearing and the work session was essentially that there were kind of two issues. One is what the initial bill was dealing with was in terms of providing the capacity of pet vendors to foster out their animals in a home environment, and that's something we want to preserve. But we also want to have that capacity of oversight that the list kept by the pet vendors that you added to it really covers. The other issue is that the existing rules, AGR rules, don't have a clear statutory basis, and so I just wanted to make. I wasn't quite clear from your explanation. Did you add a second section that provides that statutory basis for the AGR rules?
So basically where I had, in the first section where I defined pet vendor foster home, and I said, as established by rule, then I go into and I define pet vendor foster facility means a facility in New Hampshire that may house animals owned and inspected by a pet vendor licensed under RSA 437-1 that is used to provide temporary physical custody and care at such facility for medical or behavioral rehabilitation when it is deemed to be in the best interest of the animal's health, safety, and well-being is determined by a New Hampshire licensed veterinarian. That alone is enough to put in statute where he can make rules from. So
great, perfect.
Okay. Sounds good. I hope that gets sent off to OLS and we can. All right. So moving on to SB 418, prohibiting municipalities from requiring licenses for the production and sale of homestead food products. I believe we have an amendment for that, and that's from Representative Scully. Do we have a copy of that?
I did give a copy to everyone.
Oh, got it here. Yeah, okay.
is it
Yeah.
1481?
It is 1481.
Yeah.
That was a very good year. That was a very good.
You're around then.
Would you like me to speak to that?
Yes, I would,
amendment?
please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. So again, I think as a committee believe that the Senate bill was a good bill, but it needed a couple of additions to it in order to really achieve the intended purpose. One of the things I thought was interesting when I looked at the record online, it didn't look like there was really much testimony at all given when the Senate bill was introduced, but we did have people who showed up here to testify, including some members of the National Board of Health, and it became quite clear that the those departments, at least that one city department, was very zealously pursuing people who I think we felt should be left alone. And the Homestead Food Act itself created two classifications of people: the little guy or gal, as you would, who was a very small producer of non-hazardous materials, food, and then people who wanted to take it to the next level and do online sales or sell it to restaurants. The state believed that was a serious enough level of potential risk that would require licensing and inspection. So the Senate bill really was dealing with those very small producers of non-hazardous food who we considered to be exempt. And so the Senate bill only dealt with licenses. But after the testimony we heard, we believed that we needed to go a little further than that to make it explicitly clear that we wanted the municipalities to treat these very small scale non-hazardous food producers the same way, and that they would not be subject to any type of restrictions or inspections. Now, the way New Hampshire law is set up, it's interesting. We have these like parallel sets of laws, and one has to do with power that the state is vesting in the towns, including health inspection issues. And then we have, so that's RSA 147.1, which is listed here. And then we have another set of laws dealing with the cities, and that was like RSA 47 in terms of health. And that law references back to the town saying, well, the powers that we gave the town, the city councils, you have that too. So the bill as it stands right now, it amends 147.1, and in 147.1, it also references RSA 4712, which is the enabling legislation for the cities. And we're saying that those people are basically exempt entirely from both state level and municipality level health inspections and licensing. And so we did add one provision, and this was Representative Bixby's find, and that is another section of the law, which is the RSA 143A5, and that deals with the state exempting themselves from doing inspections because they're saying that the cities and town are adequately regulating or inspecting those food producers. But there is a specific provision in there, which was Section 7, that dealt with homestead food. And so now by including that in here as well, we're making it very clear, I think, in all the relevant sections of law, that we basically want these people to be exempt at all levels. So there it is. Hopefully, Representative Bixby, I've captured your intent.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, I think that the amendment basically covers both the the gap that I noticed in terms of the homestead, the exempt homestead food, and it also captures the possible lack of ambiguity that just saying licenses would have created by then adding in licenses, restrictions, and exclusions. That really clarifies that that there isn't a way that they would be able to say over-regulate farmers markets. One interesting thing about this is that it's actually a little bit fuzzy in statute what the purview of the town health department is. Health officers of towns may make regulations relative to the sanitary and health conditions for issuing a license to restaurants or other food serving establishments operating within the town limits, subject to the approval of the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services. So that seems to already be a narrower scope, but what we're doing with this amendment, with this bill and this amended version of the bill, is we are removing the ambiguity entirely.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Bixby actually touched upon what I want to say. By putting in there that they shall not, prohibit them from making regulations, restrictions, or exclusions for activities or products would now allow those folks to participate in farmers markets. And I just wanted to make sure, because that really opens up the market for a lot more people. So I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Scully. I know there was some back and forth on this, but this is the KISS model. This is fantastic. This covers everything. And just to repeat what Representative Comtois said, I mean, I think that was probably one of the glaring things in regards with the hearing, is that you're exempt from it, but then you can't go participate. You might be able to participate in a farmer's market that's in, let's say, Manchester or Concord, but then you can't in Nashua or something, and that was just insane. So I think this is great. Let's exec it now.
I just wanted to ask Representative Scully, did you talk to Senator Sullivan about this particular amendment at all?
Well, I did actually. I sent the initial amendment to Senator Sullivan and their Senate lawyer. I think it was Lippman, I believe her name is, and they had some issues, in terms of they critiqued this. I took all of their issues very seriously. Actually, I did simplify this based on one of the things that they really had a problem with. It's funny in a way. I went to RSA 4712 and referenced back to 147.1 because I was trying to make it easier for people over in the city side of regulations to go look at the town side where some of the enabling comes from. That seemed to actually be creating more problems. Folks thought I was getting too complicated. So I took that out. And I did speak with Senator Sullivan, afterwards, and I explained to her what I was doing here. And based on our telephone conversation, I felt that she was comfortable with these changes I was
Okay.
making. I hope that proves to be the case when she sees it in writing.
Okay, thank you. Representative Barber.
Just one comment. I'm particularly happy about the fact that this will take effect upon passage. Immediate relief. Thank you so much.
So I hadn't intended on execing anything else today. Is anybody interested in doing this right now?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We have paperwork that we can, all right. And again, I want to thank Representative Scully for all the tremendous work, a lot of work and time that you put into this, and all the different parties that you've spoken to get it right. And I really appreciate your work for the committee and for this particular issue. It's very much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I've always tried to be the champion of the little guy, and so this one felt very natural for me.
With this? With what? Oh. With this? Oh, you don't want to exec it now?
Madam Chair, I would prefer not to, but I'm not going to go against the majority of the committee.
My feeling is that if anyone
Mike.
my feeling is that if anyone objects to executing now, then we'll put it off.
Okay, so we'll put it off then, if you feel uncomfortable doing that.
Yeah, I'm not against the bill
Right.
itself, but I am waiting on something very important over in the Senate.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so we have time, and it's okay. It's okay. All right, so then we won't do that today. I had said that we were not going to really exec anything today, but be that as it may. Okay, so but we feel good with that amendment, and we will move forward then. Okay, discussion on SB 644 requiring background checks for solid waste and hazardous waste facility owners. As far as I recall, that was a housekeeping bill, a bill that was supposed to get passed last year and did not because we tacked something else onto it, and the Senate went to committee conference and didn't agree with what we did. So this is a bill, I guess we don't have any kind of amendment to. Representative Bixby.
I think this one is ready to go. So when we set up our exec session, we'll just do it.
Okay. This would be an OTP on this then. All right, guys, good. Yes, ma'am.
If Representative Bixby feels it's ready to go, then wouldn't it be just a great idea to exec it now?
Well, I think we should have another day where we exec all our bills, because we may want to hang on to a couple of our bills before we do anything more.
Okay.
Get it?
SB 442, relative to pet transfers, that's one that we heard today. Do we have any discussion on that particular bill? This was about the changing health certificates to be called official certificates of transfer.
This isn't the one that had the minor typo, right?
No.
Okay, so this is, I think, a no-brainer. It basically, I think that when I put in the bill back in whenever it finally passed, maybe it's 2020. I think it was, or 20.
Many moons ago.
Maybe it was many moons ago. And we finally got it through the process. it went through so many changes that we didn't catch every single phrase perfectly, and I'm glad that the department found these slight bits that weren't quite right, and have asked us to correct them.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that changing the title actually reflects what the certificate actually is. And I think it will create less confusion for a lot of people.
Okay, and we don't see any need to put any kind of amendment on this bill.
No, and I just like to clarify that in fact, throughout the title was changed to official transfer certificate of transfer, and it's just that there were a couple of places where we failed to change the language. We didn't do it quite a replace all. It was, but this is since we put the database in place, this has been the real title. It's just we missed a couple of spots.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to SB 445 relative to adjudicative proceedings where there is a council or board with jurisdiction. That's another one that we heard earlier today. And again, it looks to me that even though it's a 12-page document, that this is really just kind of housekeeping and trying to streamline this appeals procedure. So I don't know that there would be any kind of amendment put onto this. Representative Bixby. Oh, yeah, there is. There was
Okay,
some
so-
language. That's right. There
Right,
was some
so
language
so
that
the
was
department handed us an amendment to correct a
Correct.
couple of typos.
Right.
And I think this would be a great opportunity for someone who hasn't had a chance to do an amendment yet to get a little practice going through the process, and because it's really easy.
All right. You would do it? Okay, so you have the handout?
I do, well, you emailed it to us, right?
I didn't email it to you.
This is a different one.
This is a different one.
I'll take one of them, whichever one you want me to take.
That's the only one.
Okay, I don't have the handout on that.
Right.
He only gave us one copy.
He only gave us one.
Oh, wait.
Here, I have the copy of what we need to have changed. So I will notate that Representative Howard will be bringing an amendment for this.
Making her day to you.
Okay.
If you have any questions about the process, then you can just touch base with me.
Okay.
You have some experience with this too?
All right. So that's going to be an amendment that you are going to prepare for this. Let me just put this in my thing here. And then the next one that we wanted to talk about is another one that we heard today, SB 535, defining residential breeder imported animal for the purposes of animal transfers and removing references to commercial kennels. So, this also had an amendment that I believe Representative Barber prepared. And that's amendment, I think everybody has a copy of that. So that's amendment 1493H, and just basically fixes on line 26 from the original bill. RSA 473:1 was wrong, so it has to be RSA 437:1. And Representative Barber has prepared the amendment to fix that. So when we get to exec this bill, we will consider this Commissioner? You may approach.
Assistant Commissioner Marshall found something that probably makes sense to correct at this time. If you go to, can't see with or without my glasses. If you go on the original bill as amended by the Senate, to line 22. It says such person is a pet vendor as defined under RS 466.43. That's sort of circular because then that goes back to that section which has to do with licensing, and then we'll reference you back to 437 or 437:15. Our recommendation is rather than having people do the circular motion, just to on line 22 say as defined under RSA 437.1(4).
I have, okay, so I have it as such person is a pet vendor as defined under RSA 466:4.
Right.
Roman
and-
numeral 3.
which goes back to the section on fees, but then that section will send you back to the definition of a pet vendor under 437.1(4).
Oh.
So why not just have in both of these places on the bill directly to the definition of pet vendor under 437.1(4).
So you want 437:1(4) to
Yeah,
replace that.
in both places. So line 22 and line
29? No, 26.
26 would have
So-
the same reference to
Yeah,
the
so you
definition.
wanna change this
Really
one
doesn't
also.
make any sense to have people go around in circles, in our
Okay.
opinion.
Wait, are you truly a representative of the government? It's not.
So we have to change this.
If I haven't told you in the past, I generally hate government, so. And these are the reasons why.
This one is okay.
Yes, your amendment is
So
fine. It just
the-
needs a further amendment to the amendment.
So the reference to 466:4
Roman 3.
Roman 3 on line 21 is okay.
Oh, no, I don't think I'm not sure if that's right. No, I think under, because 466, I think in all cases, it should be going back.
So in all cases, that's going to be replaced with 437.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
Going to the section on fees in this bill, I don't really makes any sense. You could have OLS check that because Josh didn't catch that, and I'm looking at it quickly, and I don't think it makes any sense there because it refers to a definition which then refers back to another definition. All right.
Madam Chair, may I just?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Representative
So
Copeland.
Commissioner, I just want to make sure I understand this. So I'm just going to read this. So starting on 20, it says such owner or keeper shall not be required to obtain a pet vendor license under RSA 466:4(3) unless such person is a pet vendor as defined under RSA 437:1(4). Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure about that first, the first reference, because I just haven't enough, whether that makes sense, because we're talking about 5 or more dogs, so that may make sense to leave that in there on line 21, but I would check with,
Right. Well, on line 18, it says the owner or keeper of 5 or more dogs. So it does reference that group license because 17 says amend that under group licenses. So, okay, just want to make sure.
So the first reference to 466:4 is correct. The
That may-
second one has to be replaced with 437:1 Roman numeral 4. Okay, so this is okay.
And that's okay. And then here is okay. Under fees, pet vendors, where it says line 24.
23.
Sorry,
That you want
Yes.
to amend RSA 466:4 Roman numeral 3 to read as follows.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
correct.
Thank you.
yeah,
All right?
all right.
So-
And if I may, not on this, just very quickly to say, I came in here a couple of weeks ago to try to negotiate an honorable surrender on 475, and I want to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to do that, and I think we did negotiate an honorable surrender, and a very fair one, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Representative Barber is going to make an amendment to her amendment and bring that next time. All right? All right. You clear on what needs to be
I
changed?
am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
s-
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
are we still speaking to this?
We are still speaking to this.
I really like
5:35.
this bill, Madam Chair, and I think it's important for us to pass this. It's an important piece of legislation, especially when we're dealing with our residential breeders who are looking to acclimate dogs into a home setting, and it gives it's I believe it's much healthier for the animal.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so back in I think I first became aware of it in maybe 2016 or 17. The at that point the health certificates were stored for dog that would mark the record of a dog transfer were stored in copy paper boxes in the department. And I thought this was problematic. And one of the offshoots of that was that it was really hard to track when transfers were happening, how many were happening, and whether someone should or shouldn't be regulated as a commercial seller of dogs, because it was all the whole way of tracking things was just completely non-functional. So I spent several years trying to make 437 more logical, and eventually it sort of narrowed it down to just working on creating a database for animal transfers. And part of my motivation for that was not just because I wanted it to be tracked reasonably, but because there were all sorts of arguments about how the fact that whether the difference between transferring 20 dogs or 50 dogs who were puppies would make a difference between someone being an abuser of dogs or not. And I thought this was ridiculous, but there was no data. And I'm really glad that now that we have the database up and running, we have the data to indicate that, in fact, the number of dogs you breed doesn't make you an abuser or not. But it also points out that, okay, so if you're breeding more than 30 dogs, there is still a very easy way for you to be regulated as a pet vendor, and at the same time, with this bill, it will be possible to be regulated as a pet vendor and to raise the dogs in a home environment. And I think that raising puppies in a home environment is way better than raising them in a sterile environment or importing them from the South and calling them a rescue when they're just a reject from a puppy mill. And I think that this will provide a much better sourcing of dogs for our state.
Representative Minor.
Yes, can I ask that we move, on the interest of time, I can
Yeah,
move on to
sure.
the next, thank you.
Yeah,
Sure, sorry.
sure.
Okay, I'm off my hard horse.
Okay.
I believe that was
Thank you.
projected at me.
Okay, so in the last bill that we have to consider, talk about is SB 593, enabling the use of solid waste management funds by solid waste management districts. Now, we had a lot of discussion about that earlier during the hearing, but it looks like we are going to have some amendment to it. Representative Comtois.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to bring forth an amendment to say effective upon passage, if the committee is amenable to that.
Yes, that sounds fine to me.
Yes, I would like to, I think that's a very good idea. I don't think we need to do anything in the bill to do this, but I think I would also like to encourage the waste management districts to work with DES and the towns that they comprise to figure out a way to deal with
Money that's owed to
money
them.
that's going to be messed up before this gets into law. So, and I would also like to urge the department to expedite the rulemaking on this when they get the bill.
Yeah. Representative Comtois.
Yeah, it is my understanding in discussions that they are actually in the process of the rulemaking on this particular RSA with regards to municipalities. So if we let them know that this is going to be upon passage, they can probably amend. They are in the rulemaking process and just amend it now before they get finalized.
So we won't have
I'm sorry, Director Wimsatt. Would you like to comment on that? Because you look a little concerned.
Just thank you for the record, Mike Wimsatt, Director of the Waste Division for New Hampshire DES. Just wanted to clarify, we've talked, Mike Nork was here this morning and he filled me in on the discussions that occurred during the hearing. And I think we can make this work, but I want to emphasize that we're operating under interim rules right now for this program. We've got a package indeed that's getting ready to be filed nearly as we speak. And in order for us to make our deadlines with JailCar and get it through JailCar, and in effect, before our interim rules expire on June 30th, we need to do that very quickly. I don't believe this bill, if it's amended, will go through the House and then the Senate and then signed by the governor in time for us to amend that rule package, because we can't make rules on a bill that might pass.
Right.
So what we would propose to do would be to go ahead with our rulemaking as it is. And if this bill passes, we would immediately go to interim rulemaking. And that interim rulemaking is pretty quick and it bypasses, there's some disadvantage to it. There's no public hearing. It bypasses some of the other checks and balances, but it gets us interim rules very quickly. And then what that would likely mean is that technically the solid waste management districts that are that would be wanting to seek a reimbursement for this, for the first quarter would need to work it out, and we believe there are easy ways for them to work that out, and we're prepared to work with them. I don't think that's a big problem. And then if they wanted to seek their own reimbursement rather than their member municipalities seeking that reimbursement, they might have to wait a little bit until our interim rules are in place.
Gotcha.
And then they could go ahead and submit the request. And the rules as they currently are comprised, they don't allow them to request a reimbursement until 90 days after the end of the quarter for which they're requesting reimbursement. But then they can do so for up to a year after that. So that would give them time. It just might mean they'd have to wait a little bit to make their own direct request for reimbursement.
Okay. Representative Wheeler and then Bixby.
I'll wait till Director Wimsatt actually gets off the dais. I have something else to say.
Okay. So, what I'm wondering is if we are able to expedite this in the passage of this. It's pretty simple. So if we were to exec it next week, it could be on the next calendar for when we're the next House calendar, and at that point, it might be possible if the governor would also agree to fast track it. If that were to happen, would that allow you to incorporate it into the rules you're working on now?
If it made it through the House and the Senate and the governor's signature quickly enough, and we thought we could incorporate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
I guess so. Once it goes through the House, it needs to be concurred by the Senate. But that's if we know they're going to concur, that could be the same day. And I don't know what the.
I don't know. I don't know what their schedule is, and I don't know how fast they can do anything. Can I ask? Sure.
So if we were able to just, exec it today, that'd be a different. Yes, the amendment adds a little bit of time, but if you alert Senate President and that it's coming back for a concur, it literally can get to the governor's desk from enrollment. It can get to her desk in days. As you have seen, there's bills that we just recently passed, concurred on in the House, that just got signed by the governor. So it can happen quickly. It's just, you just have to make sure you're alerting all those factors to do so.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We could pass it today and put in a floor amendment.
Yes, we could do that. Oh.
Yeah. Then you could just alert the committee on enrollment and make sure that the red folder gets to the senator president's desk, and the speaker's desk goes to the governor. You could have that done in a day. You could. The only thing that I wanted to bring up, though, Madam Chair, I see the NHMA lobbyist, antsy. I always like talking to Director Wimsatt, but I just wanted to, if allow the NHMA lobbyist to come.
Hello. What can I do for you? Representative Sarah Burt Cohen, New Hampshire Municipal Association.
Well, where are you at on this piece of legislation? I could see you sort of shaking your head, nodding
I think
on a
that
bunch of different.
I think that we could, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I feel like I knew where you were going. Yep.
Brain synced.
I feel like if we did upon passage, I really think I agree with Representative Potenza, and that doesn't happen very often between NHMA and Representative Potenza, that we could fast track this, because I really think that Senator Pearl, sort of with the quasi consent of DES, I'm hoping if we did it upon passage, would concur pretty quickly, because he is the chair of EDNA, which this was seen before. In fact, I've already sort of laid the groundwork that we were hoping for the effective date to be changed before he even left today. So I think that we can get that concurred fairly quickly, and hopefully we can get get the rest of the steps to get it to the governor's desk so that we can meet the timelines. I know the interim rules expire June 30th, and it would be certainly easier for, I think, DES if we could get it done so that they could just introduce the entity into their final proposal, which I believe could be done via an amendment before Jelcar. Thank you. Jelcar votes on it.
Yeah.
All right. So is the consensus that we do a floor amendment and pass it out today and do a floor amendment to put the change of upon passage? All right.
Do we have House session next? We have it on the 23rd? Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, so then would you like to work on a floor amendment, Ms. Representative Comtois?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
I could do it too.
Okay. So,
Barbara, are we talking about just literally a couple little,
All I'm going to change is this shall take effect
Yeah,
upon
the
passage.
effective date, yeah.
and nothing else needs to change?
Nothing.
Director Wimsatt, nothing else needs to change, correct? Okay.
It's that simple.
Okay.
all right. All right. So we will exec this then. Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy peasy.
I'm gonna bring one of those.
Okay. So SB 593. Who would like to make a motion? Representative Comtois.
And I'll second that.
All
I'll
right.
make a motion
By Freeman.
for to pass on SB 593.
Okay. Any discussion? Nope. Have the clerk call the roll then on SB 593 with a motion of auto pass.
Vice Chairwoman Barber,
Yes.
Representative Comtois,
Yes.
Representative Kenny,
Yes.
Representative Potenza,
Yes.
Representative Freeman.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Scully.
Well, yes, I do have one question. Do you want to take it now or?
It's too late.
It's
Oh, no.
kind of too late, but all right.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's a yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Ranking Member Bixby,
Yes.
Representative Sofakidis,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Haskins,
Aye.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Representative Gruber,
Yes.
Chairwoman Aaron.
Yes.
16-0, motion passes.
Okay.
Madam
So
Chair.
this will not go on consent.
Okay.
Because we are going to add a floor amendment. And so, and you get to write your committee report. Okay, terrific. And we are done with our discussion today. So the only question remaining is, we have then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills remaining to exec out. And we have some bills that have amendments ready to go, some bills that don't need any amendments, and I guess 2 bills that are going to have some language amendments changed, whatever. Do we want to meet next week? Yes, no, no.
Madam Chair, I would think we should maybe consider meeting the week after, give the amendments
Yeah,
time to
I'm
be
thinking
done and
the
circulated.
week after instead of next week.
No, I absolutely agree. That way we able to get these amendments done and we can exec them.
Okay, yeah, I had something scheduled for the 28th, but,
Madam
That's why
Chair.
you're at the end of the table. Okay?
Madam Chair, it's just easier for some of us that work to only meet one day during the week as opposed to 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to.
All right. All right. So we'll plan on meeting on the 28th to possibly exec out the rest of these bills and be done. And maybe we'll plan a luncheon afterwards or something. In a class picture. All right. No. I'm not cooking. All right, yeah, we're gonna adjourn.
Can I say
Representative Tenza.
just real quick? I know that we like to do field trips and stuff. I've missed some of them just with conflicts or whatever. But in my neck of the woods is the New Hampshire Farm Museum, and I just don't know if this committee has ever gone there to visit. They do some really great work, and I've talked to them, and they would love to have us come visit. You know, we don't necessarily need to do this in a formal legislative fashion, but if I organized something and invited you all, I'd hope you'd come, and then maybe we could go out to lunch there in my neck of the woods. It's in Milton.
All right. Well, certainly we can discuss that. So I am owed a committee report for SB 624, the hemp bill, by Representative Wheeler. Majority report for SB 465 from Representative Bixby, and a minority report for SB 465 for Representative Freeman, and a committee report from Representative Comtois for SB 593, as well as a floor amendment.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Is it
sir.
the 28th the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Move to adjourn somewhere.
So moved.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate your time and efforts.
Just to